when we last left off, our intrepid heroes made their way from Moose Barrow up into the mountains, met some bees, got some honey, came on back down the mountain, made a raft to transport all their honey, and then sailed their way on down here to the Cathedral of the Dawnblades, the big Trigod order here in Kyrania. Whilst here, they met a fellow who was preaching the bad word about the bees, defiling the purity of maidens. Met a cleric who is an initiate of the order and has one of Steve's books. You met Jean and his sister Genevieve. Lovely as always. And you got a item from Jean, the little helmet of a certain Ravenborb.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, we should probably put that on the item list somewhere in the party loot, shouldn't we?
Or one of you could just keep it.
I believe it was handed to Ashe?
Yes, I believe so. I'll just add it on the party loot for now.
Alright. As long as it's somewhere.
On the treasure? On the treasure, I guess?
Makes sense. So yeah, Sister Alejandra, the champion of the Paladins, gave you the tour around the place and invited you to attend the Sunset Mass with her. Which, as it turns out, is probably the biggest gathering of people any of you have been to since Kate's performance at the Choral Chorus. There are about 800 frocked members of the clergy and knighthoods here, and then close to 1,000 other people visiting merchants, attendants, that sort of thing, all gathered up into a grand hall.
They frocked up as hell.
Hell yeah. A lot of them, you guys end up sitting in the balcony overlooking things. All the members of the clergy are down on the first floor, and there's a whole lot of tauntures, bowl cuts, and bald heads staring up at you.
Bulge.
Ball.
Yep.
Veiled with her luscious white hair just flickering, and like you got a wind breeze, just luscious, full head of hair and everything, nothing shaved, nothing bald there.
Another group of river merchants will join you here. Looks like they're coming from Kyrania and up, as well as a handful of pilgrims. And as
merchants.
the light begins to fade behind the mountains in the distance, the archpriest himself will come and take the pulpit and deliver unto you a grand sermon. He speaks of the importance of strong families, family of values, the importance of faith and steeled hearts in the face of both temptation and the depravities of barbarians, of how it is the common good and the togetherness of the faithful that will surely triumph over the rising evils of the world. And
I have heard that about evil.
it has been said once or twice, especially by Wovarans, which this man clearly is one, with his flowing golden locks and great big sunburst crest upon his breast.
Now I'm just imagining someone who's still got the monk tonsure, but they've just got the fucking absolute glorious locks from below the bald pate. Like, just as opposed to business in the front and party in the back, it's just like fucking praise on the top and fucking worship on the bottom.
His hair is the fucking halo. Because it's just bald at the top there, it just sticks right out like a halo, bald. Like that.
Oh, also powerful.
Ideal.
Yeah, he got his own fucking own Gloria behind it.
Yeah, he will end the sermon, which takes a grand total of about 2 hours, with a prayer for the fallen and the lost, especially those claimed by the war, which earns a solemn head bow from all those gathered here. And then, of course, as the silent prayer is going, the offering hat will come around. See Arlene put a
Topical.
couple of gold pieces in.
Yeah.
Scruff. Fucking Scruff will deposit chicken bone.
Scruffles
Yeah, I
is
can
not
put
allowed
Or
in here.
Dorothy.
No,
Put a
He
few
had
gold
to wait
pieces
outside.
in there.
he had to wait out.
I'll put 5 gold pieces into it.
I put in a platinum.
Hole.
Shit. I put in 3. 3 gold, not 3 plat.
It's just escalation. I put in a bar.
Don't worry, the leader of the other
Sadly, I
merchants-
need my money.
The other merchant there is ready to show you up by just passing the ball on, not putting shit in there.
It's an offering bowl?
Yes,
Yes,
there.
it's an offering
The
bowl.
offering hat is being passed around to you non-clergy up
Oh.
in the balconies.
Oh,
What's the roll to shame that merchant?
I have a extra sack of money specifically for this
Hell yeah.
purpose. I
I
will
guess it depends on like what you want to do. Scott.
drop
Do
30
it.
gold into it.
Shit. All right.
Nice.
Get owned.
I'd say it sounds like an intimidation for you to try and like shame a merchant down.
shit to
Huh?
shame someone? Hell no.
Yeah.
I'm not
There's a
shaming.
merchant who just when the hat came around just decided, no, I don't need to give shit to anyone,
Oh,
which I thought was most uncool.
What a smug bastard.
Yeah, like if Steve is like, yeah.
What a little dick of Schwitz.
I mean, did Steve put anything in the bowl?
No, but I was like really 50-50 because I fucking despise the hat passing around.
Yeah.
But it was
Also, but at the same
grand-
time, this is a hat being passed around like during a time of actual war and famine, as opposed to
that-
yeah, well, I haven't got a big enough jet, and I can't be shown up by
Yeah.
the other pastors.
Yeah, see,
You don't
see,
have enough to.
that's the
fuel
thing,
beer
and I grew
festival.
up. Yeah, and I grew up with fucking the goddamn Swedish bullshit version of that. So. Yeah, I understand, but when it's a time of war and actual need, I will deposit at least.
Yeah.
Thelerien, do you actually want to do anything to shame this smug little redhead?
No, I've caused like a lot of problems in various religious centers. I ain't gonna start shit. I know better.
Like, we fought the Dawnblade like in the sewers. Don't try to start a fight with them in their own fucking fortress monastery.
It basically just, you know, it boils down to I would really rather not have my reputation damaged any further than I have regularly had it damaged.
Oh, don't worry. Your reputation might not, but Homily might.
No, she is. She admires your restraint and gives you a pat on the thigh.
Dope. I
Now-
appreciate that. See, like, that right there, that's good consortship, is making sure I don't fucking stick my foot in my mouth politically.
Now the real question is
Yeah,
if this guy's going to
I
get turned
get-
into a frog after mass, but that's irrelevant.
I mean, not my
Get the
problem if
fuck
bad
out.
things happen to him while I'm not there, you know.
Yeah, but
That sounds like
don't
a
fuck
him
with
issue.
merchants.
Definitely a him issue.
Definitely.
Or a himsk issue.
As the offering hat is collected up, you see it is the man, the myth, the legend, Gendry himself, who picks it up at your end. Looks like he's the deacon for your section. He gives your group, at first,
Is he,
what?
dirty glance.
Oh, go ahead, Hedrah.
I'm gonna ask, is he busting a nut on the picture?
No, he's
No?
powering up for a power attack, but,
Okay,
No,
so
he's
that
got the
looks
kind of
like,
facial expression that says, "Oh yeah, I'm about to start shit."
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
he's trying to
That
do.
looks like enough.
He's doing that exactly.
For
He's
me-
starting
Yeah,
a
for
little
me it
bit
looks
of
like, oh yeah, I'm about to bust.
And good to know what Steve's O face is like, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the guy that's
That's
trying to
human.
start like shit with the bees. So facial expression warranted.
Yeah. So you see as he picks up that hat, he's starting to look at you with that, mix of contempt and derision you would expect from, a grumpy old boomer looking at a bunch of big titty bimbos. Then he looks into the hat, sees the fat stacks that have appeared in here, and his expression softens, and indeed he gives you, like, the faintest of little nods before moving on to the next row.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Someone being like just less annoyed at seeing an eclectic group of curvaceous adventurers, instead going, well, at least they're using their curvaceous adventureness for good.
The killer has, it tries to pick up the hat, knows it's like, oh, this motherfucker
This
heavy.
fucker's heavy. Yeah, picks it up, is afraid of a hernia, knows that good deeds were done.
Yeah, I don't think he's really much a fan of us.
Shoo on him.
Not sure why.
I mean, motions to self. From what we hear of him, we're pretty much his antithesis.
Well, you, maybe.
Shoo on him. We're the good guys.
I don't know if we would be the antithesis, but yes, I imagine we are a lot less sedate than he prefers in his adventurers.
Oh, he likes them to be more bold.
No, he
No,
likes them to be less bold, probably.
Oh,
Very
Kate
much
just
less bold.
pats you on the top of the head, Fail. You don't worry, you're a pretty little head
Imagine-
about it.
Oh wait, did she mean bold like hair?
No, that's bald, not bold.
bold.
Ah, my
I
bad.
think I may be misunderstanding.
He wishes that they were all more like me in terms of
Oh, no,
promiscuity.
you're terrifying. He just wants modest priestly paladin types just wandering around that don't look like sex icons.
I did specify in promiscuity.
He
Oh.
wants more veils in the world, is what he's saying.
Which
But he
isn't
doesn't
a
want
bad
them to
thing.
be as hot, you know? He's what we like to
Ah.
call a volcel, correct? It's not an incel, he's voluntarily not getting laid by having his hair and head like that, and expression.
But
I'm pretty
he's
sure he's got
already
kids and
married
everything.
has children. Yeah.
I wouldn't know any kids he might have.
Arlene pouts a little at the lot of you. No need to talk so bad about a priest here in the church. That's how we get cursed.
Hopefully the god knows that I don't genuinely mean anything bad of it. I feel we do just attract a lot of dirty looks from people, and it's quite
Hmm.
tiresome after a while, you know?
I'm sure he does plenty of bad talking.
I'd like to think he does more good talking than bad, as a priest.
That is what they do. They try to do good talk.
I mean, nothing really wrong with just, warning people off from going to get seduced by bees, is there? Of all the things someone
Well,
could
There's
do.
something wrong.
No, but
There's
the way
something
he's
wrong with
doing
calling
it-
them evil monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a difference between saying, hey, there's bees in the area, please don't go immediately to try and be seduced with them, and there are monsters atop the hill that are taking people and using them as breeder slaves.
I don't
Sully
Well,
think
maybe not
that's
purity.
exactly what he
those
was
words.
saying.
He probably was not that
Sully-
explicit, but same
Sully
vibe,
and their
for sure.
purity is what he said.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's what
Yeah,
any
it's-
premarital sex is.
Yeah, but you wouldn't call anybody else a monster.
Well, not as long as it's consensual, but Maybe he just doesn't know that.
There's no way he doesn't.
Yeah, I highly doubt
I feel
that.
like any situation where he doesn't, it's because he has chosen to essentially ignore facts and reason and logic.
Yeah, there's no way the people who've already like come back haven't told him that. I just don't think he'd believe them based on what we've heard.
I think
Right.
correct term is spinning his own narrative on it.
Yeah, I mean, I just doesn't deserve that much vitriol.
I suppose. At the same time, you know, give take in the world.
Mm, Yeah,
But as I say,
think
I
he
don't
just
mean it with any genuine hatred. It's very
deserves to
frustrating.
get what he gives.
I don't think I really said anything with that much vitriol here. I could be worse with vitriol.
No, I made some bold jokes. That was basically it. Well, is it a joke or is it a pun? Is a pun a joke?
Yeah, pun is
Varies.
form of joke.
Okay.
Not really sometimes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a kind of joke. Just usually a bad one. Joke doesn't have to actually be
Okay,
funny to be
yeah.
an attempt at a joke.
But a good pun is always a good pun. When you get older, you'll appreciate them.
I don't know, I've heard that's just a dad thing, but I wouldn't know.
Well, yeah, because puns start as sanitized jokes because you don't want to cuss or make bad or like you don't want to swear, you don't want to say things inappropriate, you know, like the general type of humor that makes adventurers laugh in front of children. And you don't, if you have a child, you have to figure out how to make jokes like that, and that usually ends up in puns.
Makes sense. Well, I look forward to having kids eventually.
Yeah, it's an experience.
Kate and Amy both nod. Arlene will put hands on chin. I don't know if I'm really cut out for it, but it'd be nice.
I think everyone is cut out for it as long as they're willing to try.
I strenuously disagree with that.
Well, okay, there is that fact, but I think that so long as the circumstances that concern you having a child come about, you're probably going to be alright. There are always extenuating circumstances, things that can make a life a bit harder for people, but being concerned
worry.
about whether you'd be an appropriate parent's a pretty good start, much like being concerned with rulership or being concerned with fate or life or happiness.
Yeah.
Makes you good at the things that you worry about.
Yeah. Indeed, you have a good heart, you have a good head, and you have a good moral compass. You'll be an excellent mom one day.
Yep.
Arlene blushes and smiles. Aw, shucks. Well, maybe after Mass I'll go pray to Mithras. Maybe it's a
Oh,
bit
starting
early when I
early.
haven't really
Wow.
found a man yet.
Don't
I mean,
have to be
never
mad.
too early.
Oh,
It's never too early to think about. I always,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't
consider those
know.
realities.
good to
just,
pray for eventualities.
it just leans down to that. I don't know. Miss Arlene, that hog fellow.
Oh, don't try and push them together any
Wait.
harder than you're going to just ensure that it does not happen.
What? You mean
I'm not
Will?
pushing, I'm just... Yeah?
Also, hey,
I mean, he's great and all, but I mean,
there's also the Manticore lady.
mm, I've met her for one day. That's a little early to be thinking about romancing
Let
him.
her stick to, send palling. Get used to being around people first.
Hmm.
As people begin filtering out of the aisles, Arlene, now quite thoroughly flustered, is going to excuse herself and slip away.
Yeah, so... Well,
Don't get
I
too lost. We
didn't...
leave bright and early tomorrow.
And there is a hospital right down there that I should love to inspect.
Alright, you do that. I'm gonna go chat with the merchants, see what they've got, and what sort of news is going through the land from
Oh.
Cranium.
You have... yeah, just hit my mind. Maybe I have some. I have not seen a merchant in a while. Oh, I could use some resources.
Depends on what they have, but who knows? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, let's go then. Huh? Hospital isn't moving anywhere. Oh, sorry, the medical wing.
So yeah, as people start filtering out, Steve can head down to the hospital. Find
No,
that.
I'm headed with Ashe.
Alright. Sorry, I must have misheard.
We just said... We just said, like, oh, I need to fucking restock my shit. I'm empty.
Yeah, so we're heading down to the merchant, talk with them,
Ah, the merchants.
see what
Okay,
rumors
sorry.
we can get coming out of Crania and everything like that, and see what they got for sale.
Then yeah, a few minutes later, you can make your way on down to the docks, where indeed you see that same red-headed fellow working with a group of longshoremen to make sure his boat is secured and some cargo is offloaded. I'll give you all an up nod. Sir, ma'am?
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
Hello there. Hoping to see what you had in stock.
Greetings.
At the moment, mostly good quality stone. We've got some spices as well, if you're interested.
Oh. What type of stone are we talking about?
What type of spices are we talking about?
Oh, jeez. Need your horse.
Trump.
The horse appears. We got granite all the way down from the mountains going to Moose Barrow. And as far as spices, a lot of these are from Zero. Dried, of course. It's a long trip, but of good quality, I assure you.
Very nice.
Zero? Where is that?
It's an
Huh?
island
That's
archipelago
down south.
down near Hasira, across the sea. It's
Oh,
where
that is quite
this
far.
comes from. He will take from his pouch a little sachet of beans. Here, my lady,
Buns.
as a gift from me to you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. What are these?
They're coffee beans. Black roast.
Oh,
Ah,
Delicious.
I see.
the Sarosian blend there. I happen to have some of their more fiery spices.
Aha, man of taste. Well, you might be interested in this then. We'll put up a finger and ask you to wait, and he will step down into the boat for a moment and return with a sealed metal box. I happen to have this fresh off the boat. You will see it is of a high caliber. Well, open the box, and those of you who aren't wearing a Plague Doctor mask will basically immediately start having a slight watering of the eyes as an intense spice aroma hits you. Heat just billowing out from a single blood-red, wrinkly pepper sitting on a velvet cushion.
Want it?
Oh,
They call
I
this
can
a
taste some
Dragon
of the heat from
Reaper.
here.
oh,
yes!
now we're talking. What a
Oh
lovely,
my god, oh
lovely
my god,
aroma.
oh my god.
Very floral. But that's a hint of sweetness.
There's a hint of sweetness to it, alright, if it doesn't knock you down.
Now, what
Bish
would you want
bash.
for this little beauty?
Oh, well, I don't know. I only got the one of them, but... Well, for a connoisseur like yourself, I could probably let it go to a good home for maybe $50.
Insight. I can see how good my insight is.
I was gonna say, can I insight to see whether he's like being truthful about that being the only one he has?
Sure, yeah. Can absolutely roll insight. Steve ain't got no clue. As for
Yeah, that's not
Tori's
my strong
question,
suit.
let's see. Let me pop open the old merchant stat block.
To be fair, I am
Wow.
rolling insight because I would get more of them. But
Now, I'm not saying he's lying, but hypothetically, if he were, you would have no idea.
dude,
Got his game face
Well,
on.
clearly it is just his only one.
Yeah, clearly.
That's too bad. Could have used a little more spices like these.
Well, if you're interested in more, I could perhaps take an order for the next shipment coming out from Zero. It'll be a couple months, but if you've got an address...
Oh, in a couple of
I would
months,
be interested.
We'll be in Carenia, and you're Igniferous over the winter, Tori?
Well, Igniferous is a bit out of the way, but I'll certainly be back in Corania by then. Well, I work for the Gilded Hawk Merchant Company. You can come look us up anytime you want. About 2.5 months we should
Yeah.
have our next shipment from the islands. I'll make sure
Oh, cool.
there's another set of these Dragon Reapers on there for you.
That sounds like an
Perfect.
excellent time.
Speaking of
Just-
Crania, you came from that city recently, right?
Oh yeah, just now.
Any new rumors going about the place?
Oh, plenty. When's the last time you were there? Let's see what the definition of new is.
Let's see here.
About a
What was it?
month ago?
Yeah, about a month or so.
After the tournament there, and we started building.
Yeah. And they built a whole new section of the town now. New Town, they're calling it. Creative, I know. And then
Very so.
there's that big granary they done built. Say the Covenstones designed it, and it's now packed full for the winter. Imported from the south and north alike. It's a wonder to
Oh, that's
behold.
good.
Biggest building in the city other than the palace. Even dwarfs the Lady
Yeah,
Magister's Tower.
Yeah, needed to.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, but people have been protesting it ever since it got filled up pretty much. Saying the Lady Duchess is being a little... He rubs his fingers together.
Stingy.
Yeah.
Stingy.
I can't hardly blame her, though, what with prices being what they are. And so many people in the city. It's packed elbow to elbow.
She must be careful. Must be careful to
Ration.
ration.
Yeah, that's gotta last all
Guess
through
down with the
winter and then
gnomes.
some. Storms get mighty fierce, and there's been that
Nice.
talk of a kraken. I'm not sure it'll be
That
coming
is
on
not
the
a problem
ship.
anymore.
Oh,
Oh, tell me more. How do you know?
call it adventure shenanigans happen. There
Mhm.
is now no more bracket.
Yeah. Been slain.
Well, that's good news. Best I've heard in a while. I'll
It
make
might
sure
end up
those
washing
shipments
up
get
onto
here
shore
intact.
at some point.
I bet that'd be good eating.
Yeah,
Or it
nothing
may
in
have
the
already
entire
have.
city,
I'm not too
probably.
sure.
I feel
It's been a few days.
sad to have missed it if somebody else has already found it.
Well, if it's dead now, it won't be more than a few days before it starts to go bad if it ain't been found yet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a
Now
whole host
that
of other problems if that happens, really.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. That the cold temperature and the salt in the sea would actually preserve it while it's on the water. It's once it start to get in contact with above that the process of rot will start to properly set in.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Though, if it died and just sank to the bottom, I don't think anyone's ever going to see it.
Oh, well, that's very true.
Well, anyway.
I would say that good luck have a fucking fish bite, take a bite of a goddamn crack, and like break his fucking teeth.
Just 5,000 sharks slowly devouring it.
Yeah, just several of those sharks.
Yeah.
All you can
Like
eat
the-
buffet.
Munch,
Yeah,
munch.
the reality is pretty simple in that, as long as there are, creatures willing to try, they will find a soft spot in a monster to get it at.
A kraken is big enough that
Yeah.
fish could probably just swim inside it and eat it from inside out, to be fair.
Yeah,
Also true.
yeah, probably.
Hardcore.
Just go
Oh,
at
yeah,
it like
that's what it is.
hyenas do, just eat its asshole out.
All you can eat buffet.
Yeah, but the
Yeah, in
say
the
this-
rat cast. Hell yeah,
Hell
bro.
yes, but that's not just the problem. It's also having the dental work to actually be able to damage even the soft dish.
Yeah.
So it's not so much that they can't get
Underestimate
in.
fish.
And I
Yeah,
don't
it's the inside's just a
underestimate
lot
fish, but I still
softer than, the armored outside.
Yeah.
That's all. There's enough things that
I don't-
can do it that it would not last very long in the sea. The merchant won't clap his hands. Anyway, which away? Gonna interest y'all in anything else? Do you have some more mundane spices?
Let's see.
Yeah,
Dragon.
I'll see.
I'm writing it down on my notes here, like one dragon per.
So how much stone does Theli need to do just a tiny a regular little 6-inch bust or something like that? In GP wise?
Like a 6-inch bust by what? 1
I don't
inch,
know.
2 inch.
Well, I don't know her normal bust. How much does she need of stone to do that?
Yeah, okay, but
GP
you said a
wise?
6-inch bust. That's the height. So how
Okay,
wide
well-
do you want it?
I don't.
How wide is a person when they're 6 inches tall normally? I'm looking at averages.
But it's a bust, so that's
I
the
don't.
thing. So
Okay, look. Don't get focused on the 6-inch thing. That Theli, how much do you usually put in for a little thing for one of your craft things?
Historically, I think it was one trade's goods purchase of stone was 25 small busts.
Okay, and that was
I can't
how
remember the
much
trade.
GP
I
wise?
cannot remember how much.
It's
I was
been so
charged for it.
long.
It has
Okay,
been.
all right, 10 GP
like a
wise.
year.
I'll get 10 GP of stone then.
When you
It's probably a good
offer,
25,
Aiden
yeah.
will put his hands up. Sorry, miss, I'd love to sell you some, but this is all spoken for. I'm going
For the
straight
wall,
to,
right.
Count Theo.
Right. Sorry, should have thought of that.
No, it's alright. It's alright. Though if you're interested in
else?
stone, I know some fine dwarves who deal in stuff on a less industrial basis.
I'll keep in mind. It is more just going to be a gift for a companion. And she makes a bunch of things out of stone anyway.
Ah, I see. Well, this probably wouldn't be the best stuff for it anyway. This is building stone.
It doesn't matter to her. A stone, as long as it's stone, it shall be sculpted. She is a Canaanite.
Heh, fair enough. Well, is she here working on the church's statuary, or are y'all just passing through?
I'm just passing through.
Yeah, makes sense. I guess the Temple of Kandarn's a ways down south, but if you haven't, you ought to talk to the preacher about it. There's good money to be made with the church on artistry. I've delivered some gold filigree and whatnot here many a time.
I'll make sure to pass it along to her.
Although, I think just... fuck, let me think first. Let me just formulate the thought.
No thoughts allowed.
What's...
No, no
Yeah,
thoughts.
okay,
Only
so...
smooth.
Yes, I will be checking in how with the guild here. You said, how's the current market looking for, say, ultramarine pigment?
Quirk a brow. Well, I'm not much of a pigment trader myself, but, well, luxury goods ain't exactly in high
Oil?
demand right now, what with things being what they are. I'd try down in Navarre if you've got a source looking to sell.
We're happy to just come over a few ounces of royal blue. So
He'll put his hands up. A bit too royal for my blood. Like I said, you probably want to offload that in Navarre. Folk are just scraping by for food here, most like. Well, then again, we'll turn and look at the gigantic golden edifice you're all standing beneath.
Yeah,
Never
this
know
might
what the
not be
church
the
is
place to
interested
say
in.
that. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, indeed. No, they're just good to check on, see what's good.
Oh, actually, Savin,
Yes.
does this merchant have like the supplies to like refill adventure kits?
Yeah. It's not his
Oh, yeah,
specialty,
that's
but
a
he's
good
got a
question.
whole, like, river boat full of stuff. He's happy to sell you that. It's easy enough
Was
for
they
him to
5
restock on.
gold a pop for a charge?
I think so, yeah. It's whatever a third of it is on the rulebook.
Let me go and look real quick then.
I'll refill my charge.
Yeah, I should probably refill that up. Let's see here. So cost 15. You said as a third
Yeah, since
for
it's
charge.
3 charges.
All right, so 5 DP.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
honestly a good idea. I think Arlene
Mhm.
will also restock hers. Again, while not his specialty, he does also have a few potions of healing and aether potions at level 1 if you are in need of a restock. Although you could also just
That's
sort
it.
of get them from, well, basically anyone here.
Yeah. I'm okay on potions. It's mostly just refilling the adventure kit.
Makes sense.
It said they had some more spices though.
Yes, if you want
Less,
to invest
super
your
stuff.
coin into mundane spices, he has plenty of those, mostly Hasiran flavors.
Question then, what was Assyrian culture?
It's like Egyptian, a little bit of Babylonian flavor.
It's Assyrian, clearly.
Yeah,
Oh,
What
Assyria.
is the
Assyria.
capital of
I'm a
Assyria?
fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
your
I'm sorry.
your general
So it
Middle
actually-
Eastern culture.
Yeah, okay. It's
I have an aunt from there. They have good spices.
I know a couple of dudes that are in jail that are from there. Jesus, guys, know how to shut the fuck up.
The merchant will choose not to comment on that.
How much would it be for just like a regular bunch of spices from there?
Really, pretty much however much you want to invest in just, nice things to garnish your food with.
I'd
You
buy
could
10
indeed
gold
turn them
worth
into
of
rations if you want
spices.
to, restock. Since I believe you were running a little low earlier. I don't know if you've resolved that by now.
No, we haven't because
Speaking of which,
we haven't got
it's
into a
been,
place we
like,
could buy.
5 days.
Well, no, it wasn't that we were running low on regular
Oh.
supplies. It's that we went
Yeah,
through most
spiders.
of our special supplies. Well, no, because we like rallied it back after the spiders, or
Oh, we got
rallied
some of it
back.
back. Yeah. But we lost a lot of the spices that went with it, though.
Good to replenish.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. So I'm just gonna... So Middle Eastern Egyptian style. That's good. I'm just gonna write in... So write me in my shit here. Don't complain, oh my god, I'm cooking.
Some ruined spices.
Yeah, because we got fucking cumin, caraway, things like that.
Mhm,
Nutmeg, cinnamon, turmeric.
Cinnamon. Good times.
Yeah, coriander.
I could have made cinnamon honey buns if we came here first.
When you mention
Yeah,
cinnamon,
but most...
Amelie will just sort of appear from behind Tori and purchase a small amount of cinnamon from the merchant.
Chichika!
You really gotta stop being surprised by this. We have people that do this on the regular.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello, miss.
Emily.
The Tori surprised me because the fact that we didn't hear her was the problem. And lady here is just... I haven't used to her presence.
It's not like we're on
aura.
tile anymore.
I like the idea that Tori's basically a Fel Reaver. She just doesn't make sound until she's like within a certain radius of you, even though she should be stomping.
Yes, fucking god. Fucking Fel Reavers.
She will pocket the cinnamon, then look at Tori. You like to cook, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I have a recipe that perhaps you might be interested in trying out. Talk of cinnamon reminded
You
me
have
of
my
it.
attention.
Have you ever heard of a
I am interested.
snickerdoodle?
No?
The type
What is
of
that? A kind of...
soft cookie.
creature? I definitely should have.
My father used to make them. Not much of a cook myself, and it's been entirely too long. Let me see if I can write
Gosh.
the recipe out from memory, more or less.
Snickerdoodles. Out of character. That shit was in the fucking it's not New Evara, the other town, the New Kadar.
Probably.
Because they were being sold during the 420 Blaze Festival.
Yep, that sounds
Probably, I
about right.
guess. Sure.
Sounds
Yep.
correct.
Does anyone else
Be like-
remember the Dickadoodle competition?
The what?
It was
What? No.
a fucking joke competition that Penny Arcade put together, and it was sending in dick-shaped snickerdoodles in your most creative baked creations. There was some fucking amazing photos that came as a result of the Dickadoodle
we're
competition.
God damn it.
Like giant dickadoodles like flopping over like bakery tubs, and there's just icing sprayed out everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, so much time has gone into this dumb dick joke.
I mean,
Cool
that's
kidding.
humanity.
It
Both
is, yeah,
and that
actually,
guy,
yeah,
The
yeah,
humanity
fair.
and guys in general. Because Jesus Christ, when it comes to drawing dicks, or being imaginative with dicks, guys are fucking amazing at it.
Jesus
the first time
Christ,
we meet
the second
aliens-
place winner.
Oh, you looked at the dickadoodles. Yeah.
You know, the first time we meet aliens, we're gonna make some sort of dick joke or like send some sort of like.
You get
stupid
vaporized. You
dick
get
joke.
Steve Jobs for it.
Anyway,
Hungry, hungry.
I think
hippo.
that takes
Yeah.
care of everything here. So I will bid you
Does
adieu.
he have any
And
nuts?
pleasure doing business with you, ma'am. Sir? Give Steve a nod.
Did
Okay,
he have
okay.
any nuts from us? Did he have any nuts from Assyria?
He doesn't have any nuts from Asira, but he does have a fairly large sack of walnuts he can sell you if you want.
Good thing you can't see him behind the mask, because now there's a giant ass grin on. Yes, I could buy this. Sounds like it. Come in handy.
Happily sell you a bunch of walnuts for like $3.
How much is
Like a
that?
half-pound sack.
Gold.
A half-pound sack for 3 gold, or?
Yeah.
Sure. Excellent.
I can't wait to find out what
All
Hedrah's going
these-
to do with a bunch of fucking nuts.
beat somebody over the head with them.
And that's what I would do with them, but...
what do you think I'm gonna do with these nuts?
I walked right into that.
And.
Yeah, yes. Amy will give
No.
unto Tori the recipe for her snickerdoodles. We'll give unto Steve a request for some, what is it, potassium bitrate that's from cream of tartar. She can make the rest of it. And then
Okay.
we'll just sort of fade back into the crowd.
It's by tartrate.
By tartrate, that's it.
Yeah, but that.
It's where tartar
Yeah,
comes
that's-
from. Tartar. By tar.
Yeah, potassium bitartrate. The same thing he had to specifically cook up
Well, that's convenient.
to make one. Yeah, because it was one of those expensive, annoying procedures that I had to do to make the ultramarine.
Well, perfect. If you have any left over, you can just use that to make yourself some cream of tartar.
Yeah. Yeah. The hilarity is that with modern equipment, it's disgustingly easy to fucking make it. In modern day, like since like the 1900s. But before the Industrial Revolution, it's a fucking process and a half. And explosive risk. And by explosive risk, I mean like if you're in a kitchen, kitchen size, anything within at least 12 feet is gonna get sharded. Kind of explosive.
Brutal.
Yeah. That shit don't fuck around. That's why chemists and alchemists had a very short lifespan. And what's revered if you were fucking old and managed to survive?
Yep. And that's why all the powerful wizards in fiction are graybeard old men.
We got the OSHA manual, motherfucker. That's the reason.
Anyway, so if you are done with the merchant, he will go back to supervising his deck crew. What are the rest of you going to get up to?
Yeah, now I can finally go visit the hospital.
Yes.
I am probably playing with Scruff and waiting for Amy to finish at this store. I imagine she was like, "I've just got to be right back," and then stepped away. And when she's back, I'll take her into the where all of their like art and statuary display stuff might be.
Sure. She's down to ooh and aw at some pretties.
Yeah. She'll have to tell me. Like, I suspect as it's a Woe of Iron Temple, a lot more of these things will have a glow than I'm used to. So I'll be like, you'll have to tell me if any of them are glowing.
They're all glowing. Although less
Oh,
so now
nice.
that like the sun's going down. But like all the art galleries have these massive stained glass windows surrounding them, so when the sun's up, they all get these god rays falling over them.
Ah, I'm a little bit envious that I can't see. I mean, I can see that there's light on them, but I don't really get an idea of the depth of it all.
Yes,
My
perhaps
vision's just sort of.
before we leave tomorrow, we can come back and you can at least bask in the warmth. I'm sure the place is lovely then.
That does sound like a good idea. Go figure. I'm with fans of basking. She will just like ruffle her hair out.
You will smile and pat your hand.
Yeah, it's very odd not being able to see the quality of the light. I have to sort of get the impression of it instead. My vision's just made up of a 360 ring of small visions, essentially. Like a big outward cone everywhere. But since it's made up of all of these different tiny viewpoints, I don't really pick up light the same way.
I imagine, though, you might want to keep your voice down here. And she will glance towards some of the paladins striding the halls.
That's very true. Sigh. Oh,
We
something to
weirdos
be
are
settled eventually,
infinitely
yeah.
more understanding than the common folk.
Very true. You know. And give her a hand a squeeze and yeah, continue looking around. Otherwise, that was all Feli had planned at the moment.
Yeah. At some point, you'll probably just happen to wander by the open doors to the Mithrin Annex, and you'll see Arlene knelt down in prayer beneath a statue of the Mother.
Aww.
You'll find Kate with a bunch of the cantors from the church choir. She's autographed a couple of songbooks. Very wholesome.
That is very cute. Yeah. I don't. Is there anything else we were told of about this place that would be a good idea to interact with?
I mean, back in session 3, you were approached by Tassanora saying that something was corrupt in the church, but
That is true.
Yeah.
clearly everything's on the up and up here. And look how pretty it is.
It is gorgeous here, but
Truth be told, out of character, I don't want to stay in this church any longer than we absolutely need to.
Yeah.
Look, just because it has a
Yeah,
bunch of
no, that's-
boomers judging you for being a bunch of curvy bimbos.
yeah.
I don't know that we're equipped to root out corruption right now with just us.
Yeah. Tell you what, was Theodrix at the Grand Melee as one of the viewers? Was he in the
Yes, you
audience?
saw him there with Ulrich.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
of course, right, yeah.
Wait.
Wait, what?
No, Ulrich wasn't there.
Ulrich would have been
He
dead
would
by
have
the
been
Grand
dead
Melee.
by then. Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Ah, if it was included, then I assume it was a mistake. Yeah. I would probably go stop by to see the Archpriest. See, big air quotes. I owe it to at least, wiggle my senses for anything malign or corrupt and ask if Amelie can keep her head on a swivel in regards to the same, but I don't want to drag the moment out now. I'd like to get moving along.
Sure. Give me just 1 second to look at something.
Are you checking the melee map to see if Ulrich was there?
Yes, I am.
I
I'm-
am.
Pretty sure he was.
Huh.
That would not line up with the timeline that you've given us for him dying and walking across.
Correct.
I don't see him.
Yeah, no, Ulrich was there.
And
You guys saw him. I have the map up now.
Well, shit. Oh yeah, he was. They were on the side
Weird.
by the Chancellor Gold.
Okay. Well, something's fucky wucky there then.
Was that an error on your part,
Yeah.
or
That you
No?
saw
Okay.
Ulrich, and the story he told you doesn't line up with him being there.
Yeah.
okay?
I guess none of us incited him on whether he truthfully walked the entire way.
I just don't remember any of it at all.
Well, the only thing we saw in the tower story was after he saw us at the chorus last, or was it, like shortly after that, he got murdered and then like rose up from there and walked across to the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also remember that mental degradation was a thing.
Yeah, that's also true.
Very true. He could have just been wrong.
Or a
Either
doppelganger
way.
replaced him, and that's why he was slain in the first place, to get close to the Archpriest
Well-
Theodric's gold.
That would be a good way of doing it,
I
but
guess.
they've already said like that he's missing.
Yeah, well, he's
Yeah,
already
but I
done
guess
what needed
we
to be
haven't-
done.
We haven't heard Archpriest Gold's rendition of how and when he went missing.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I kind of don't want to open that can of worms.
Well,
I mean, I kind of want to know. I kind of want to know now, but I don't want to push it.
Well, in the meantime, Felly, yeah. The good news is he is here. The bad news is he is the archpriest of a giant cathedral. He doesn't really have an appointment open for you. Just on no notice.
And that's fair. If he is occupied, I basically just wanted to let him know that I was in the area and passing through.
I assume by I you mean the Black Knight, winner of the tournament.
Yes,
I don't think he knows who just Thelerien
He wouldn't.
is.
Yeah, he wouldn't know me
Yeah,
by
that
the
just
name.
looked a little bit weird. Like,
he-
hi there,
he
Archpriest. I'm just the random person walking through
I
here.
mean-
Don't worry about me.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of
And you can't prove.
one of his assistants, one of the deacons, will just say that the archpriest exhausted himself at the lecture and has retired for the evening. But would no doubt be willing to see you come morning if you have business with him.
I'm trying to think on a way to interact. But again, yeah, I can't be bothered to can't be bothered sounds wrong, but I don't really want to hang around the cathedral for a particularly long period of time. It's definitely something to look into and try to resolve, but we just have other shit to worry about right now.
Yeah, and getting them on our tracks isn't something we want.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will let like just the attendant know that the Black Knight is in the area and we're, leaving in the morning. If he happens to be free, I'm usually up with the sunrise myself, and I'm planning to look around the statuary there at sunup.
Yeah. Deacon will make sure to pass that on.
Thank you. And then I will just palm a cash silver.
He will take that and put it in the offering box.
Excellent. That's me.
Yeah. Does anyone have anything else they want to accomplish today? It is getting on towards, like, true dark now.
Well, it's still time. Hospital wing at least.
There's, it wouldn't be the training grounds out there, but yeah, there is indeed a hospital. Like, up here, more
Get
like.
somewhere up here or
Yeah, out here.
back
Sort of
rooms.
Yeah, behind the church where it's a little bit more isolated so the patients can recover. Yeah, there's a lot of war wounded in here, by your estimation. These are not the wounds inflicted by monsters. These are very much so weapon injuries. There's about 30 or 40 knights here. Well, knights and soldiers of higher standing than the average who have been taken here for treatment, and maybe half as many young clerics walking around tending them. They are, of course, very happy for any assistance you can provide, but at the same time they do seem to have things well in hand.
Well, let me just check which ones are with broken bones.
Quite a few of them, although they have all been set already, seemingly by well-trained hands. Indeed, when you see one of them who's been particularly well set, the veiled sister who you talked to earlier will sort of appear nearby and smile proudly.
Greetings. Is your work?
Yes, Doctor.
Excellent alignment. It should be minimal if the patient makes sure to not exert himself with overly powerful hand gestures.
This, like, 40-year-old paladin makes a very disgruntled sound, but the young sister will put a hand on his chest and nod to you. You do me honor, Doctor. Thank you.
I have been working on a thing. Get out my dosages of bone glue. And just shows her like one dosage. See, this is a modified concoction for rapid bone asphyxiation here. Essentially bone glue, which speeds the recovery time from weeks and months down to days or a week.
That's an exciting breakthrough. I assume it requires surgical application?
Yeah, minor application. It's both organic and hypoallergenic. There haven't been any racial rejections.
I'm afraid the High Sister doesn't trust me to start cutting anyone yet, but I'm sure she would be very interested to see this concoction. Is it something you're ready to share? We have a few alchemists here who could attempt to replicate it.
I do indeed have. The base origin of the material has to be scavenged, but once alchemically processed, it's perfectly harmless, and it's very beneficial.
Is it monster-based scavenging or plant?
It's wow. Now my brain is just stuck in the Middle East of one sandweaver. It's not.
You crave the dunes.
Yes, it's like I'm just stuck in Kari mode. God damn it! I'm a bear on a ship in the desert. No, it's the fish. What was the the chronomonster, the fisher one?
The cave fisher.
Yes.
Cave
It
fisher
is made
filament.
from. Yes, it's made from cave fisher filament. Everything else is expendable except its web sack. That's one of the main raw ingredients.
Lucky there are a lot of caves around here. Perhaps you should bring this to the archpriest in the morning. He could send out some paladins to start slaying them and gathering materials. If this makes it to the front line, that would be very helpful for the war, I'm sure.
It would be indeed. It's both works on animals as well. It before I managed to get up here, a warhorse had completely just made a motion like double fracture on the femur there. But all it needed was 2 days of rest, and after surgically reattaching the bone, it was back in full order.
Remarkable. The paladin you're kind of standing over will grunt. Could have used that then. My poor Lucy. She didn't make it back.
Well, my condolences. It just looks over. It just looks over his arm like. No. My mind just went. Sorry, I was just physician. But yes, I have both the recipes, the amount, and I do make sure to not destroy their eggs, because harvesting them into extinction is not exactly feasible. A sustainable operation.
Right. Only hunt males then?
Oh, they have egg clusters in the caves.
Yes, but
both the females and males defend them.
I see. I would think it'd be easier to simply harvest the males so the females can keep breeding.
Well, if there aren't no females if there aren't no males, it's a bit hard for them to get
That's
eggs.
what the eggs are for.
Yeah, but the unfertilized eggs.
True enough.
Great news, so. But do not worry, as long as you do not use fire on them, because that will destroy and chemically alter the egg sac, the spinneret there.
You see
Make it
her
less viable.
start scribbling down in her little notebook. No fire. Understood.
Yeah. Then I have just start leaning over and just scribble down there, like the head there. I have a soft sweet point there in the nervous system. Just strike there, strike hard. But general, even the expended used web can be harvested. Just need some purifying, and then just can be tossed into with the rest of the alchemical batch.
Steve, could you make a
Just
perception check
gets out
for
to
me?
Sure.
Carry on.
Just gets out the notes. Gets out his full notes there on the recipes. Here we go.
Thank you. That's very kind. I'll make sure our alchemists are gathering the required ingredients.
Indeed. That's
I only pray the Archpriest authorizes the hunt for the cave fishers. If you'll excuse me, Doctor, I should get going now.
there. Well, you have a pleasant night.
And you, Doctor. Sleep well. She will scurry off to wherever this big old church keeps its, battle alchemists.
Yep.
Yeah, if no one else has anything to do that night, it sounds like perhaps sleepy time.
Yeah, sleepy time.
You've all been
All right, and
offered
see you next
guest
session.
rooms. Ashe and Theli will each get some hardcore unprotected hand-holding in the night from their partners.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my.
I know, perhaps too lewd to be doing in a church, but you are, after all, a bunch of degenerate
Yeah, it's
adventurers.
dangerous.
Yeah, someone might get pregnant. This is a Mithrin
In
house,
the Church
after
of
all.
Mithras, this, you can get pregnant just by hand holding here.
That's what that fucking priest would have you believe, at least. I don't know why you'd go and fuck all those bugs when there's nice innocent hand-holding what with to make kids.
Yeah. The night will pass. Guys, get yourself a good night's sleep. And then you wake up to the sound of bells come the break of dawn.
I was still waiting for you to say we wake up to the sounds of violence.
No, well, you know.
The bells are just a fucking alarm. The Mongols are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Although the bell tolling does keep going perhaps a bit longer than one might hope and expect. It's almost rather deafening, and there's a lot of people running around outside your quarters.
Well, here we go
Quickly
again.
get up and see what's going on.
Ah, shit.
A good
That's
question.
yes,
And
we're dead.
None.
the first group of acolytes you find sort of near your guest quarters will just sort of apologetically shrug, saying that they don't know. Something has got a bunch of the high-ranking clerics and paladins running up to the pinnacle of the church.
Oh, God.
Well, I guess I'm gonna
Alright,
put
well,
my fucking gear on
Yeah,
and go take a
armor
look.
up and go take a look.
Up we go.
Oh, okay.
Clearly, this is just the kind of alarm that the Vale needs to get up in the morning, otherwise she's just sleeping forever.
And the pounding of church
Snore.
bells, 30 feet away from you, is sufficient even to wake poor Vale.
Listen, if your alarm bell
Yeah.
isn't church bells, then how else is it gonna wake you up if you're used to church bells?
Should I use my glacial aegis for this?
Mm.
Are we in danger? What's going on? Tell me what's wrong.
No, it.
Nobody
question.
knows.
No fucking idea.
That's what we're going
No
to
one
see.
knows. Well,
Okay.
something has them running about, so
Some shit is going down.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach the higher levels, you will be stopped by none other than Brother Gendry,
Okay.
wearing his heavy chainmail, great mace slung on one hip. Just put up a hand as he stands in the middle of the hallway between you and the pinnacle. Old friends, you're not members of the church. Apologies for the noise, but back whence you came.
May
Are you
we
sure
know
there's
at least
nothing
what's
we can do
going
to
on?
help?
An act of sacrilegious vandalism. Someone has shattered the stained glass around the Archpriest's quarters.
Oh,
That's
awful.
dangerous and unprecedented here.
Dangerous, yes, and a disgrace to the church that it should happen under our watch, but there'll be repentance to do later. For now, we seek the culprit. I'll look at you all and
Please, let me help at least. And probably the moment he said, like, smash all the stained glass, there would have been, like, an angry curse and a little anvil gesture. Destroying art, no good.
Your guests here. We cannot ask you to work, nor should we. It is dangerous in there. There is a lot of sharp bits still about.
Please, Brother Gendry, you don't need to ask us. I would like to help. At least look for any kind of sign or evidence. We've been on the road a lot recently. Could well be evidence of someone we've come across.
Of course. It would be a shame to turn down help from adventurers, especially the Black Knight. You'll nod and step aside. Come with me.
Yeah, I'll ask Scruffles to sit. I don't want you to get glass in your paws, big guy.
Oh, thank you for taking care of me.
Oh, thank you for being you. Rub, rub, rub.
So he said like it was the stained glass window in the archpriest's quarters or like his office.
It is, or you will see, like,
Around his quarters, he said, I think.
yeah, one flight of steps up, you'll see it is the hallway leading to Theodrix's office. There are like 10 big stained glass windows facing the morning sun, and one of them has been just absolutely obliterated. You can see enough
With
pieces
Nuts.
intact still to see that, like the others, it was a picture of Wovar in all his glory, surrounded by knights, now dashed to pieces.
Oh goodness.
Okay. Follow-up question: are his
Wait.
quarters connected to his office, or are they in a different area?
Yeah, it is. He has like one big working suite.
Okay.
Inward or
Uh,
outward?
Gendry does not, bring you into the quarters itself. To answer that
Yeah,
question, Tori, and I believe Steve was also asking that,
Yeah.
it does appear to, well, give me a perception check. Let's see if you can spot any more details beyond what's going to be obvious.
Not bad.
Okay.
17.
Tor-
Can I get help for an investigation as well?
Hold on. Let me one thing at a
It's okay,
time.
one time.
So, Tori,
Like,
it's 50-50, which strikes you as just a little bit odd. Usually, glass breaks outwards or inwards. It seems like this glass mostly just fell straight down, like it just disintegrated.
Hmm.
It shattered rather than being, smashed.
Rather than something coming through it, it was just like busted. Or exiting through it, entering or exiting through
Yeah.
it.
Or
at least
perhaps it
that
was a
being what
downward
broke it.
strike or upwards.
Like through the building downward strike, or I guess with that, can I see like is there
Does it look like it
any-
could have been like a big hammer, like going in at the top, so it would have pulled some on the other side and
And-
pushed a bunch through from the top?
I
That
will do
would
this
match
because
the
of
shatter pattern you see, yes. And to that question, Theli, Genry will shake his head. No, just the sound of breaking glass.
Hmm.
How long ago then did that sound occur?
About half an hour ago.
So looking out from the window, like, is there a path for, like, if somebody were to be exiting, that they could go down, like, through it or something like that? Or is
I
it, like,
mean,
a
look at
big,
this
long drop?
place. It would be really quite easy for anyone with at least a length of rope to come in and out of this place if there's no windows. There's a lot of, different levels to come up and down.
Yeah, that's why I was figuring to ask, like, if it's, like, one of those places, like, that's, like, here where it had, like, a big old drop, or if it's, like, somewhere that they actually could, like, use rope and stuff to get down.
Yeah. I mean, standard adventuring rope is like 50 feet. That's quite a lot of shimmying you can do with it.
Yeah,
That's true.
like Mr. DM, I was during all that putting a flash on Tories, 1 extra 3 to a DC 20, a 20
Okay.
value.
You may
If
do so.
that would have,
Perception.
I mean, you
if that
may
had
mark
given
off the
us
resource, but
extra.
unfortunately the 3 is not sufficient to get anything else.
Alright then.
From
I am
17 to
going
20.
to
Correct.
look over the shattered frame and the glass, the floor, things like that. I'm gonna look for like dents, scratches, or if there are fibers from, say, a rope being dragged around. Look for boot prints or markings.
Yeah, like checking the
The remnants
what do
of
you
the
got?
frame.
The building part of the window.
Yes,
The
so
frame?
Like to see if there's
effectively.
any markings. Yeah, a
Yeah.
window frame
Like,
equivalent.
if a big object were flung in from the top and smashed its way down, it would leave more damage than just the glass. So I'm going to try and pull up more info on that.
Yeah. Alright. You do not turn up anything that would evidence damage to the frame, no.
Okay. And the glass itself, is there any of the glass that's, like, got a dent in it to show, like, the profile of something hitting it in any of the larger panes?
With a 22...
Yeah,
there
like
are
determine where the shattering
couple
started.
of pieces that do have actual evidence of, like, a blow impact in them, but it's weird to your eye. These aren't... Let's see how to describe this. They look like they're from the dead center of this, like, pane, which, you would expect.
Like-
Except, again, the shatter pattern of the glass would indicate the blow came from above. Or at
Like
least
it
that's
looks
what
like something went through the building and only hit the window,
Alright,
but
let me...
not the like.
I'm gonna draw this window
Building.
pane for you here. So, like,
Okay.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good way to do it.
meh. So, you have your window pane here. Like, half the glass is on your side, and half the glass came out the other.
Yeah.
Which, again, would be weird for an impact coming from, either side of the glass.
So it's like they came from
Yeah.
inside the glass.
But I mean, like, is the space up here stone
Yes, it is stone and brick
or
all
marble?
around.
I guess.
There's some variety of,
Like-
solid rock material.
So does it look like an object slammed through the topmost part and maybe, like, come swinging in around, like, back towards the window again and to hit it in the punch middle?
Yeah, that's the weird part. You don't see any evidence of the hammer impact anywhere except on the parts, like, right here in the dead middle. Which, again,
Oh,
doesn't
and
match
what
the
about-
shatter pattern.
What about less than like
And-
like, since you're thinking of stuff like that, rather what if something burst out from the window, like it originated in the window and then burst out to one side?
Like an explosion that happened in the middle of the window? Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I'll
I
look at
guess
this
how
most
thick are the-
damaged.
How thick is the glass?
Fairly thick, but it is not armored in any way. It is just, civilian
No,
grade glass.
I just meant like, is it thick enough that there could have been something inside it that popped out?
Oh,
Possibly.
popped
Like,
out?
it would have to be like the size of a pill, though. It'd be very small.
Oh, okay.
I will
Which-
say
I'm
this
gonna-
though.
Possible.
Yeah.
I just gonna say this though, as somebody who has the skill with glass and all the knowledge, and I made it.
You are a glassmaker.
Yes, stained glass is leaded glass, which is also very heavy and very strong. So that takes a lot of fucking force to break in the first place because it's supposed to be able to handle its own weight.
Yes.
Apart from the fact that it was hit in its dead center with presumably something heavy or something magical.
Yeah, it has to
I
be
was
magical.
wondering, could you and Arlene check the damage and see if there's any, like, evidence of magic being cast?
Yeah, somebody help Aline there. I got just take the hat off.
I can
I'm
help
not Arcana,
Arlene. Yeah. Because she probably has better than a 4.
Yes. Ironically, she has a better Arcana than Amelie, which is quite funny.
Goodness.
Lamau.
All right, Steve, my boy. You don't detect any residue as if from a magical effect or spell here.
But
No, that's it. And
And
that's the only thing that would leave a
What kind of-
residue. If someone like hit this thing with a magic hammer, you wouldn't really be able to detect that. Weapons don't leave like a residue like that. You can detect.
They might leave a punch profile. Could we put together, like, just essentially puzzle piece the center of the glass where this main impact happened and see what it matches up to?
can we
You
before we
can
do that,
try,
we check
but again,
if
like
we
half
check-
of it fell outside and then just turned to dust on the ground outside. It's going to be
we
very
could try and
difficult.
mend. We could perform a mending on the portion of it that's here, right?
Yeah, the lower portion.
Yeah,
will
you
say
can
this,
try
though,
and
can we
gather up
check if
the
there's any
shattered bits from
footprints?
outside even too to help with that. Wouldn't get you all the way there,
Yeah.
but it'd get you, like
Yeah, it's pretty close.
2/3 maybe.
Yeah.
Might get us enough.
Yeah, can we corral a whole bunch of the churchgoers to, just essentially get them doing something useful, many hands, light work, etc., so we can get this banged out pretty
Before
quick.
that, can we check the footprints if there's any actual things that came in and came out?
I suppose we should check outside the area.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
will
I
check.
guess I'll ask Gendry if while we're doing that, if they can gather the glass up together so that a mending can be performed on it. We can try and figure out the cause of destruction.
Some of the acolytes are already on it. We have those who can mend amongst ourselves here.
Excellent. Could you oversee the mending just to make sure that there's no funny business? Someone could try and sneak in amongst the acolytes. I'm not gonna make it sound like I think it's one of his acolytes. Heaven fucking forbid, that will make him my enemy immediately. I'll make it sound as though, someone might sneak into the acolyte group to try and do some mischief.
Roll persuade. Let's see if he just, interprets that in the worst possible way anyway. Okay.
Been working on my persuading.
Yeah, no, he will nod. A good idea. Very well. I shall do it.
No thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll
Because here's the
investigate
thing:
outside.
because if something was, you said it's a hammer, that has to be something holding it.
Yes,
That's
there
smashing.
may well be person track around here.
Perhaps.
So,
I would also like to ask when the
25.
Archpriest went to bed.
Alright.
Essentially, I would like to... go for it first.
So, first to Steve's investigation roll, it would be survival to find footprints. That is what that skill is there for. As far as investigation turns up, you don't see any sign of, a dude interfering with the window beyond that. Survival, Theli, again, this is a fairly well-worn corridor. People come through here all the time. But you don't see any, footprints in the glass that you wouldn't expect to. There's Gendry's footprints and a couple of other paladins, but those guys are literally right
Oh no,
in front of
this
you.
is for checking footprints for the outside, the other side where the glass would fall to the outside portion of the window, because that's not a main thoroughfare right there, is it?
I mean, mostly it's
doesn't that-
on
it
a
looks like it's a
roof,
balcony.
honestly.
Outside a building.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it looks like balcony. So
now think about
I mean, hey, if it's a roof, it's even less likely to have normal signs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is where I am checking it.
Okay.
Least.
Okay.
Now that I think about it as well, with these investigations, we haven't found any signs of rope being tied up anywhere
No.
near here, have we?
No, I located no fiber.
And to Thely's survival check there, yeah, no, you don't see any footprints amongst the glass down here.
Maybe it was something flying then.
Hmm.
Oh, I guess we'll have to see what the profile is on the damaged glass. It's entirely possible some
Yeah.
fucking like bird creature just careened into the glass and burst everything out. Made a great big mess of things, but it's unlikely.
If it,
It's always possible.
can I do an alchemist check to see if there's some alchemical residue on the glass instead of Arcana?
Like if somebody blew it up with a bomb?
Yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
you
why
can
not?
make an alchemist test to try and figure that out. You can have advantage because that's sort of your spec, and you got Winston. Okay. Yeah, no, you find no alchemical residue here whatsoever.
Darn.
Okay. So we have eliminated all red points. But in a hammer, I think like... Let me just check. It hit the angle, the strike angle seemed to come from above, correct?
Came in at
Or from
above,
below.
blew out from the middle.
You know, is
So
it
maybe
possible,
a throwing hammer, but it would have been maybe a returning throwing hammer.
Is it possible
Yeah,
that this is just a bird?
Not impossible, but it's a lead window. It's a hell of
I
a
mean-
collision.
And also, if it was a
Yeah.
bird, we'd see a body or feathers or
Feathers.
something.
Yeah, there's also, yeah. Could be a construct, perhaps, but again, I didn't see any like unusual collision residue, or neither did Steve.
Okay.
With anything biological. Double checks the word.
Yeah. There's nothing chemical or anything like that. I just... No, because I'm just looking at the angle, and then I just look... I think of, like, the arc that you have to shoot, for example, a ballista... Oh, sorry, artillery, a siege artillery, to get that angle. But I try to follow it down into an area.
Because I'm still having trouble with the break itself. Is the implication that, like, something tapped the middle, but, like, just enough to shatter it and not enough to, like, influence the direction at which the shards fell?
That would certainly fit the patterns you have seen, yes.
Okay.
Savin,
Yes.
if I check by the window,
Mm-hmm.
can I look and triangulate the fucking path and distance you have to be at, for example, with a siege weapon that would chuck a rock of any kind to be able to reach?
There's no fucking
I-
way that would be able to, like, hit lightly enough to only shatter the window without, like, knocking the window in.
If you want to do the calculations, yes, you may. We have determined in the past that that advanced mathematics is a nature check.
Oh,
Okay.
Get that
Theoretically,
beautiful minds, the images are turning
if
out.
someone were to use like a suppressed trebuchet or well, okay, so a trebuchet, a catapult, and a scorpion would all have different trajectories. But yes, you can map that out in your mind. You can do some visual calculus to figure out where in the forest behind this place they would need to be.
Yeah.
A scorpion is right out. Catapult,
that's not-
unlikely. A trebuchet, possible. But again, also, Jesus Christ, how is the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I'm calculating this because you said like it looked like a hammer, but that would be a long range fucking hammer throw. Either you're
Well-
flying or you like yeeting like a motherfucker from a distance.
See, but that's the thing. It looks like a hammer tap, not a hammer strike.
I might have an idea here. Is there any way to check if like the window frame's been loosened, or if it
You
feels
already
like it's had
checked, and you saw no
Yeah, we
evidence of
checked the
damage or
frames.
tampering.
Okay. Because I was thinking like it might just be like some vibrations went through it and caused like a crack in the middle, and from there it splintered out.
I mean, is there any damage to the two windows to either side of this one?
No.
No.
All the other windows seem to be intact. It's just this window.
So yeah, if it was vibrations, then it was non-magical vibrations and focused enough to only hit this window.
Yeah, and here's the thing: they're not stained glass. Is not a single piece. It's made of multiple pieces
Yeah.
with lead in between as a
Yeah.
grounder and retainer. So lead is soft, and that would absorb vibrations. Not the pressure, though; they would just get squished out because it's softer. But like I said, vibrations, not the windows. Problem: it's strong enough to be that.
Wait, I suppose that's a point. Is there any trace of the like lining between the stained glass shards?
What do you mean?
Like, because like Steve said, stained glass has that lining that keeps the like different colored shards of glass together. Is there any trace of that?
Oh, I see what you're going for. Yeah, it doesn't look like someone, fucking
Okay.
prestoed all the lining
Disappeared
between
the lining. Yeah. Okay.
No. That would be a very interesting way to do this, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's no natural explanation. There's no supernatural explanation, really.
I mean, at least not easy ones. Still don't got a why this window,
So
or
of the
like what
stained
they
glass-
wanted, if it's a
So-
person.
Of the stained glass windows up here, since this is like a Wovar temple, are they all of Wovar? Or are they like a mix of like Wovar, then Mithras, and like
Well, yeah, it's the
Morgan?
Trigod Church.
Yeah, there are some of each, but it seems Wovar has pride of place here in the highest reaches. It's like 3-1 for him and Mithras and Morgan.
And this is like one of the main ones, like in the hallway of it. You say like it's,
yeah,
it's like a
yeah, it was
centerpiece
like right
one?
in the middle of the hallway.
So it's like a centerpiece one of them. Could be done as a
Arlene's
message.
just gonna look at this, kind of look down. What if it weren't a attack on the whole window, though?
What do you mean?
I mean, well, it looks like someone hit right in the middle of the window, but downward strike. Like it was already inside the window. So
Yeah.
what if
Well,
someone
yeah.
cut a hole in the window and then hit it to cover that up?
Oh, like if they wanted to, like
they
if they
wanted to
took a
look
specific
like
shard
vandalism.
of glass.
But might take a piece
Mark-
of the window though.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Hopefully, amending
This-
turns up the circle then, doesn't it?
Or
Well,
like where
it's
it
the same
is.
thing. This is like, stealing books from a library and then setting fire to it.
Right. I guess I'll turn to Gendry. Brother Gendry, do you know when the Archpriest retired for the night?
He'll look up from where all of his acolytes are busily trying to mend this giant chunk of glass. Immediately after the sermon last night. He said he wasn't feeling well.
Has that been a regular thing, perhaps?
No, just exhaustion, I'm sure.
Fair enough.
These have been hard days for all of us. The Ardricks most of all.
Different question then. Did the center of this window hold anything different?
It held Wolvar's heart bared out to the whole world, a showing of compassion, the sun's grace and forgiveness.
In the literal sense, as in there might have been a piece in the middle there, or in the figurative sense?
Are you suggesting that the stained glass had some sort of magical shard within it? I don't think so.
If
No,
not magical, then
suggesting.
symbolic. Was the
Of
section...
importance to somebody.
We believe the very central section was cut out before the rest of the pane was smashed. Was that actually quite directly over the heart of Wolvar as shown in this glass?
He will think on that a moment before nodding. Yes, that was precisely where Wolvar's heart was, in the center, surrounded by his children and devotees.
Interesting. I feel like someone could do some pretty dark works with that.
You believe true heresy is afoot?
I'm just putting it as a possibility, yes. We've been dealing with all manner of unsavory things.
Yeah,
We
it
have
wasn't-
reason to believe the gods themselves have been interfered with in some manner. No, this is not exactly what you would want to hear. Things like this occurring may well be the means to keep them from providing guidance in this time of drought, for instance.
It would be very much a sympathetic link to put a curse to.
What devilry!
Entirely possible. Are there any other strange occurrences that have happened over the last year that might indeed have functioned as some kind of symbolic cover-up?
I don't know what
I'll
you mean.
give him advantage on an
Has there
info
been
history or something.
any trace of necromancy up here? We found some traces in the south.
Right, hold on, let me make his roll for Skow's thing first, then I'll get to you.
Oh, that was
Alright.
supposed to be part of that.
Well, he still needs to make the roll. 17.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Does he want a guidance? I guess I can pop a guidance on him while he's having a muddle.
You can. Go ahead and roll a d4. 18.
18.
Cool. Just 18, yeah.
I don't know what you mean. There's sacrilege and devilry all throughout this land, it seems, these days. There'd be monsters in the mountain, defilers, bandits, dragons, to say nothing of the heathen from the north. But
Tell of the
The
defilement. If these defilements have occurred to, and she'll gesture at the window, cover up symbolic acts of theft or obstruction, what kind of defiling has happened?
he will glance amongst you all, then take a deep breath. You know, I'm sure, that over these last years, many of the villages throughout the duchy have been abandoned, their people fleeing to the shelter of the larger cities, their farms fallow and abandoned.
Yes.
Of course.
We have seen evidence that throughout the land someone has gone to these now empty townships and been burning or destroying their temples. We suspected it
Concerning?
was vengeance for letting their fields rot for the lack of rain.
Awful.
Lainan's churches especially are hard hit. But we have
I
seen
suspect only some of that.
we have seen nothing to suggest true devilry, just heathenry.
Speaking on
Awful.
heathens, you said the heathen from the north, more like a singular than a plural. Is there a specific one that you've been after, or
Sorry, a specific what?
when he said
This
heathen from the north? Because he said it
Who
like
is
as
that?
a
Oh, yes.
specific, like singular rather than a plural.
I think Ashe is smart enough to know that that would be referring to the barbarian tribes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
he
one
is
to make sure.
speaking
'Cause-
them of them as a singular.
That's right.
Okay.
yeah, because you said it as a singular rather
Yeah,
than
yeah,
a
yeah.
plural type thing.
Yeah, if you ask, he'll just say, "The barbarians from the north, they do not follow our gods. They worship elder beings, dark magic, unwholesome creatures by birth."
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed a difficulty with augury? Things that should be simple, wheel or woe. And you're getting less than clear results that you would have expected otherwise. I know it's really vague, but that's honestly all I have to go on.
Vague is the nature of augury, isn't it? Our oracle has suggested no unusual trouble.
Okay. Might we speak with the oracle? Well, who is indeed the local oracle?
For now, a young cat girl, Genevieve Mercier. And
Ah,
old woman.
yeah, I've spoken
She
with
came
them,
to
I
us
see.
a few months ago after our previous oracle passed into the god's embrace.
Maybe we should have
Rest
them
in peace.
cast an augury now with the results of whoever has that centerpiece. Then
Yeah, if it is indeed like a heart that's been claimed in order to foil the gods, now would be the best time to find out. It would be when it's at its highest and most noticeable, I guess, is the best way to put it. The
If
flash of
true, it
lightning
is
instead of the
certainly
rumble of thunder.
flagrant in ways none before have been. No grand church has been attacked like this before. And Ashe, could you give me an intelligence check?
sure, just a raw intelligence.
Yeah, right. Okay,
I'm gonna use my inspiration to reroll.
it's fair enough.
Dang it.
Cast
Cast
your
your
better.
charisma!
The boy just so smooth.
Intelligence check, you say? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, anyone
Last
can make
time.
it, I guess. It'll just be much higher DC if your name isn't Ashe. Or Kate, I guess.
Oh, this was an Ashe specific one for a fan. Okay.
Oh, is it like
Nope.
the church, or like my family stuff has been?
I've been taking a great interest in his family recently. Their family
True.
recently.
True facts.
Alright,
Since hearing that,
Theli,
yes,
what-
there are Kandon ties.
What Gendry said isn't strictly true if you're willing to believe some conspiracy theories. Because the Temple of Kandarn had its library burned down a while ago, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Did indeed.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I will make a clear my throat and lean in. I don't know if the extent of the damages has been made public, but the Temple of Kandan quite recently had its library burned down. Supposedly, just accidentally, a flame from someone's tail caught where it shouldn't, except I've seen how careful they all are. I don't believe that may well have been an accident if there are other evidences. Indeed, Steve said it out loud before. burn a library to steal a book.
I dislike where this is
And I would-
going, but
And stealing lore from Kandan's own halls is much a direct foil to him as taking Warvar's heart out of the light itself. She'll gesture at the empty window frame where the sun is presumably just fucking blasting in.
Gendry will turn to the empty window frame and his shoulders will slump a bit. I dislike this a great deal, but it
No,
makes
it doesn't
sense
lead
if
to
true.
any- Yes, it doesn't lead to any good outcomes.
I suppose at this juncture all we can do is warn you to look for additional signs in what might otherwise be coincidental damages to the church. For now, I guess we're going to go and check with Genevieve and see if there is any muddying of the waters that she can sense.
And I'd recommend putting heavy guards on any similar sort of things for the Morgan part of this Trigod Church, as well as the Mithras.
Yeah, they have yet to be desecrated. Perhaps indeed you could put a secret guard on it. I suspect that there are merchants that are known to people here who could employ more subtle individuals to watch over sites of relevance. I'd
Once if by
happily put
chance,
forward some of the money to protect these places. I know that that is probably going to be a constant cost.
once is by chance, and two leads me to believe there is a pattern forming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will leave decisions such as that to the Archpriest, but I see the wisdom in it.
Your previous oracle, you said they passed on. How?
Yes.
Age?
Age. He was a human, pushing 80.
Hmm.
She caught pneumonia overnight, we believe. Coughed, but her body could not take it for long.
Overnight?
Yes, in the winter.
Catch pneumonia overnight, yes.
Oh, during winter, yes. That's the worst time.
There was nothing suspicious in her death that we found. And we take care
Okay.
of our own.
Yeah, I noticed you have my complete collection in your establishment.
Whatever you said doesn't seem to register with him as, like, he has no idea what you're talking about, but he'll just nod, like, yes, yes, we have many books.
Yeah, very well. Can have a little chat then with Lady Mercier.
And we shall endeavor to have this repaired soon. Gods watch you.
And
I sincerely hope we were wrong about the heart of Wolvar being stolen then.
As do
And
I.
if it is, then it is to be stolen for lay reasons instead of dark works. I imagine they'll probably put a little bit of chutzpah on saying dark works. That was like, you know, I feel like a lot of
Dark
monster hunting
The
in like
dark
the age,
work.
yeah, like monster hunting in the Age of Mythos was in a lot of cases like as a direct result of like divine scorning and that kind of thing. Like a lot of historical like origins to
Yeah.
yeah,
unless you're in Asia, they don't give a shit. They'll make up anything. Kappas
It's
are
all cursed
butthole
creatures.
sucking turtle boys who take souls. You know,
Just bow to
Who
them.
take
That's
souls
their-
out
yeah,
of your
you put them off
asshole.
to the side.
They suck
Yes,
your soul through your asshole.
Kappa suck your soul out through your asshole. Is an asshole sucking turtle boy.
Yep,
That's-
that's the actual lore of them.
My God.
So I mean, like, we leave Japan to itself. Like, they can't be helped. But in European and American and even Afrikaans, a lot of monsters of mythos, I'd associate those with acts of displeasing spirits and gods. So, you know, I feel like Thelia has a
also
vested
Greece.
interest in. Yeah,
I'm
has a
sorry,
vest-
like you skipped the entire Mediterranean there.
Ah, come on, you know what I mean. I'm still just grabbing the grand summaries, the Europes and the
There's mythos everywhere that is
There
like
are.
people who fucked with the wrong.
Yeah,
spirit
I
or
can't,
god.
I can't speak to the
Yeah.
Mediterranean, but I can say the Europes, the Afrikaans, and etc. etc. You get what I mean. But yeah, I feel like Thal has a pretty vested hatred for this kind of thing. Like, a lot of what she would have faced historically is based in some kind of, if not heretical, big air quotes, heresy, then at the very least, like, irreverent sources. I think symbols, like acts of intent, mean more than even having power in a lot of cases. So, yeah, she's taking it pretty seriously.
Yeah. So, Genevieve.
Yeah.
Yes, Genevieve, merci.
Genevieve,
Genevieve.
Mercier. You'll find the Mercier's twins downstairs. There appears to be a specially prepared oracular chamber set aside beneath the knightly annex. And you'll be led down there by a young acolyte. There, yeah, you find Jean and Genevieve are given many French hugs. Jean will ask, "What is going on upstairs? There's so much noise."
I'm just gonna open mouth.
Yeah, open mouth.
Wow. Exposition. Pause out.
Nothing good.
You're wondering
is
if.
terribly still.
Yeah. We're wondering if you could perform some
Augury for it.
augury and maybe like quite grand of scope, just so that you can sense if there's a muddling or an illness about that's, you know, beyond simple vandalism.
Genevieve will sigh a bit. Tell me your question. I will ask the gods as best I am able.
How best to put it?
Let me go find.
We
that
want it to
piece.
be a simple either or, as close to as possible.
I guess if it's simple, it'd be asking if the heart is being used. And if it's a wheel, then it's something good. If it's woe, then it's being used for something bad.
So just for the record. So, augury is about courses of action you intend to take.
Ah. Partial act. Retrieving the heart will obviously be a wheel. Because it's retrieving, like, something for the church.
On that.
I mean, surely we just get an answer of wheel for doing something to.
No,
Retrieve
if we get an answer of effectively yes, you know, this would get us results. A woe would be like, there is nothing to learn here. Like, we wouldn't find anything if we tried. Like, that's the sensation. If the answer turned out to be neither to that question, then I feel that that is proof some obfuscation is happening. It's generally where my train of thought is, at least. You're welcome to correct me. I could be very wrong.
Well, like, my train of thought is, like, you're asking a god, if we go after this lost thing, is it going to be weal or woe? And I think that's generally going to be like, yeah, weal. You're doing something good for the church and retrieving something for that, rather than like woe. You know what I mean?
This is for us directly, though, right? Feel
Our
free
course of
to
action.
ponder. Yeah. I'll look to the gods. I mean, you perform auguries far more often than none of the times any of us have done it. Any advice?
My advice would be not to overthink it. This is not a genie's wish. You are speaking to the gods. They have
Fair
our
enough.
interests at heart. Especially if there is, as you say, some heart of darkness.
I need to ponder on the wording of this for a bit. Hmm.
It's their shit ass. Sorry.
And
There you go.
yes, his
Is
name
there
is
a shit
Gendry.
ass?
He's right there.
No, but is there a shit ass behind both of these attacks?
And unfortunately,
Is it
that's
the
not
same
a
shit ass
wheel or
behind them?
woe decision you're
Yeah,
gonna make.
that's not really something you could ask under augury, given the wording of the spell.
If she was dramatically more powerful, you could get commune with divinity, and that would just be a yes or no or a short answer. But is not powerful enough to cast such a high-level spell, unfortunately.
Yet.
Has anyone considered summoning Wovar to his place of worship here?
Aspect.
Like an aspect of a deity? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This isn't Wovar. Wait, hang on. What temple is this
Oh yeah,
again?
you
This
are
is
in a
Wolvar.
This is
temple of the
Wolvar.
three gods:
Oh, it is
Wolvar,
Wolvar.
Mithras, and Morrigan,
All right.
and
And
Nefri.
specifically, the
And
heart
Nefri.
of Wovar was stolen from the, or well, we think the heart of Wovar was stolen.
Why do not simply ask? One can conjure forth an aspect of divinity.
Yeah, I know. This is like the Three Musketeer and Nefri. It'd be like Scooby Dooby Doo and Scrappy.
Look, she's the grandchild, yeah, grandchild of Wovar, basically.
Morrigan has been trying very hard to get the rest of the Trigod faith to accept Nefri as, the foregod, but unfortunately the term Trigod is pretty heavily ingrained.
I'm sorry, your
It's
adopted
like trying to
child
call
doesn't. Your
role-playing
adopted
games
child
D&D.
doesn't
Like,
count here.
we call this D&D still in its own heart, you know. It's
There's
difficult.
a dungeon. There's a dragon. It's D&D.
It's got a little TM on it, like Beholder.
Yeah.
What if we call it an eye holder? No.
It's a gazer.
Gaze
But yeah,
is shot.
to Vale's question, Genevieve will shrug. That is a good idea, though the gods are not eagerly summoned just to answer questions like that. Still, Theodorix, I know,
Well,
has such power.
I mean, normally yes, but this is somewhat of a blasphemy upon one of his own temples.
If there was a time to talk for him using that, I imagine it would be now.
I think that's as simple as I can get it. And as useful for trying to evoke weal or woe at the very least, which are in themselves very vague terms. Like, if this vandalisms don't lead to fucking dark works, I don't give a shit. I hate to say it. Like, we've got other things to worry about.
Yeah,
But like, if this is some greater dark work, knowing that now would be very useful.
Yes. If
Yeah.
it's not, if it's a literal like I'm going to steal, it's like the Phantom Thief. So if this is Carmen San Diego, if this bitch is fucking here doing this shit, then like you know what, fuck it, have fun,
Phantom.
Carmen.
The Phantom Thieves came all the way from Japan, modern day Japan, to steal the heart of Wovar? Crazy.
All right. So,
Crazy how they do that.
are
Oh?
you satisfied with asking that question?
I think so.
All right. Yeah. Genevieve will close her eyes, sit down, begin to chant her prayer. We'll ask, will investigating these vandalisms lead us onto dark works? And for Morgan to try, okay.
Hell yeah, go. There's my adventure pad.
Maury's got to do some thinking about this one. Try and do some predictive
Yay,
programming.
good.
It's like,
Hmm.
Uh, now, more importantly, what does wheel mean and what does woe mean in answer to this question? I will just let
Yeah.
you
I
tell
mean-
me because Morgan rolled a 21.
Wheel would be like successfully being able to rout a source of evil. Woe would be
Okay.
a complete waste of our fucking time.
Okay. Then there's a 30-second pause before Genevieve will say, there is wheel.
Shit.
Well,
Okay.
So
All right,
the
then.
Morgan took her sweet time in answering.
Do you usually get an answer quite quickly?
We most often.
Okay, and that
So-
helps as well. It's entirely possible that this would just leave us clues instead. It might be a very difficult journey getting to some center of darkness, but it's a very good
Ah.
clue. It's something to be concerned about.
if it takes that long to figure out, that means it's a work in progress.
Maybe. I don't know that I would describe it directly like that, but I suppose
No,
we
no,
can
no, no,
ask
it's-
and find out while we're plundering a carry.
Yeah.
We'll
I
have our
was
company
thinking-
for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to her about that. But yeah, I figure that in the terms of trying to understand and the way you worded it, if they lead to, means that they're still in the gathering phase. They haven't
There's-
gone to the execution phase of the assets that they acquired.
I think there's too many variables at play to make that deduction, or rather, to lead
So
to that.
I'm
firm
sorry.
deduction.
I'm sorry. Who figured this out over a month ago?
Mhm.
And you told me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, regularly you need to shut the fuck up, but
Oh yes, I understand that. I understand that. I understand. That.
The broken
That's
clock
on me.
was
I
right
will-
once.
I will-
It will now become insufferable.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, look,
Yeah.
we know how this plays out.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
simply
You know,
stating
like,
that there's not enough information to gather that they are still in that phase. If they are, or if they're not, we simply don't have enough to know.
I'm back in a sec.
and if we talk to Moria and she says, and if she confirms what I say, 5 gold.
No, I'm not paying you gold for this.
You're not a betting man. I see. I see.
Yes, I'm not. I have many vices, but betting is usually not one of them.
Mm. I say it's okay. You can back up. It's okay.
Kate will just pat Ashe on the back. It's okay to be a pussy once in a while.
You're not goading me into this. I'm not doing it.
It's 5 gold. You can gape in vagina.
whatever. If we'll shut you two up about it.
Kate snickers and wags her tail, having immediately goaded you into it. Effortless bard victory.
Well, yeah, if Steve is wrong, they'll get 5. So
What are we even betting on?
Yeah, what is exactly the terms of it if you're going to have this go on?
that the fact that once we get to talk to his name Mori, that he confirms that this will lead to dark works, but they need more stuff. If they're in the gathering phase of gathering more symbols before they have enough to execute the fucking plan. Which, what I've said.
But
Which
like,
is what Steve said.
that's a terrible bet though, because like
Yeah, no, like
the
no,
world
actually,
isn't ending, so clearly they haven't enacted whatever awful plan this is, because like there's no awful plan happening.
yeah, no.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
too
saying.
vague.
Yes, but you're
No.
you're saying something obvious, and like
Yeah, I
declaring
said
it like
that, and
it's
he and Ash said that we don't have enough. There's too many variables to actually say that.
there's
But
too many
I'm saying-
variables to assume they haven't completed it, because like that's not like a like there's
Yeah,
no
no.
need.
Yeah, now hearing like that specific for it, no, that's way too vague. We're not betting on that.
Like that's not something you should need to like theorize about.
Because it took so long for her to answer. That's why deduced that. Well,
Yeah, it
there's
probably
no
took her
gathering
that long to theorize because it's a vague question.
She has a fucking divine dice she can add to her rolls anyway, so I remember her being able to do that shit at like a D12.
What?
Mori,
I mean, you don't need extra dice to come
Yeah.
to a decision of logic. You just need to spend time considering it.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely consider that
Like-
there is a dark threat out there, and following
Yeah.
this vandalism would lead us to that,
Yeah,
which is a
she-
deep concern. The
she
fact that it's
spent-
not immediate means that
Yeah.
it probably isn't an imminent threat, but it is probably something we should look into after our carry, or ask her about while we're doing our carry, because we'll be in her
Yeah.
presence. We can, plumb the mind. If we'd gotten a pretty immediate wheel, we'd be like, alright, it's time to get to fucking work. But, we didn't. It's definitely a problem, and it's definitely something I'm concerned about. I'm gonna make sure that the priesthood is aware of it. But,
yeah,
it's not something that we can put our time into right now.
Yeah, then it's not just gonna be the priesthood. There's gonna be probably some. What's it called? Not just the pantheon. We're probably gonna have to smack a few druids too, warn them.
I mean,
The
We
druids
should-
have already had plenty to worry about.
if there's another temple around here, we might want. Well, I guess on our
Yeah,
way
the
through
Trigod here,
Corania, on our way through Corania, we should warn the primary temple.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Savin, could you take us to the map? Are there any like other big specific temples like
In
this or the
Corania.
Kendarn?
There is a multi-pantheon one in City.
Yeah, so as far as big temples go, there's the Pantheon Temple in Kyrenia City. There's the Trigods, there's the Kandern Temple here.
And
Let's see.
yeah.
Would one of you like to roll religion for me? Let's see if you know of any other temples in the region.
I'll give myself disadvantage. I haven't looked into the other
I got the
religions.
6 in it.
Boo.
Oh,
I
nice.
mean,
That's a good
I
roll.
think-
No,
James
I
is
gave
asking-
myself disadvantage. It's not something I've paid attention to.
Is
Like
that
the other
something we each
gods.
roll, or is it like one person?
I'd prefer it just be one roll, but
That's what I was
Yeah,
trying to
but
get
then
across
I can
before you
also-
roll
Then
Skow.
would that cancel disadvantage? Then
sure,
having
because
everyone
someone will be
noodling in?
assisting.
Yeah.
And I can do. You can knack, or do you want a flash?
A 23. I'm not knacking a 23. If there is extra special stuff to be learned, I don't want to know it that way. It feels lame. I know that's probably deeply frustrating here, but I don't want to make the number bigger.
No, I'm good. I don't.
because
Yeah, number's
I
fine.
want
23 is
some
fine.
narrative to exist.
That's why I asked if you want me
Yeah,
to
no,
flash
yeah,
it.
I will turn that down. Thank you.
So there's these 3 positions here. You are aware that there is a massive Candronite temple in Nevrak Hold. You have
Yeah.
heard, and of course there's a fairly large Nephrian church out at the Coral Chorus as well. There is
We love
also
Nephas in this
a
house.
pretty massive temple to the Worm of World's End, Tazrin, in Taily Town. It's one of the only places in the
Okay.
world
Makes
where he
sense.
is worshipped as like a protector spirit. And of course, there is somewhere out here near Moose Barrow, you were aware that there was a big druid circle.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
That counts as a
that is
temple in your
useful.
book, but it is a religious institution.
While we're in Corania, let's send a missive up to Taily Town just to see if they have any information on it. I'm sure they care quite a bit about potential dark works occurring in the middle of their home while most of the army's away at a war front.
Yeah, I could try and get a message to the Margrave there.
Just the Margrave? I thought you'd be on first name terms with her.
I mean, I am.
Kate will grin. She likes being called that.
Ah, of course. No, fair. Yeah, I was saying. I think that's all I can advise. And I'll say as much to the Merciers if they have any other particular ideas. I think our reasoning is pretty sound.
Yeah.
Genevieve will spread hands. Unless you can convince the Eldrix to cast a spell of summoning, that is the best I think we are going to do.
No, we might attempt to do so.
Yeah.
They should be just
In-
about done with the mending up there, and that'll give a big old clue if it is or not.
Yeah.
I think that'll decide any future events.
Mind if we just put it down to a persuade roll to get a chance to speak with him and etc.
Well, I mean, like,
no,
I
I
mean,
do
getting down.
mind in
First.
this case.
You do mind. Okay, fair enough then.
So when we get back up there, are they done with the mending?
They are done with the mending when you arrive. They are hoisting at great effort this pane of glass back. It's missing a few pieces here and there, but it looks like they recovered most of it. Most notably including Woevar's heart. It's still there. That piece wasn't taken.
Interesting.
All right, well that's good.
Was the damage made to it different than to the rest? Or did it
No,
all
if
manage
anything, it
together
looks
cleanly?
like it was spared any significant damage in the first place.
So it would have been the
Huh.
thing cut free.
Okay, so this might be out of the purview of mending, but if you were to cut out the middle part of the glass there,
Mm-hmm.
put like a different piece of glass in there, could mending mend that piece into it?
Yes, it can only just put stuff back the way it's supposed to be as far as you can visualize it. So if someone had like a perfect replica and just smashed it in with the rest of the glass, it would look like it should be there. You'd really need to get like an expert on
Perfect
the
replica.
cathedral's
Steve's a glass
artistry
blower,
to...
Yeah, I was
right?
gonna say like
Well, no, that's the thing. Steve
Hello.
never saw this piece before. He wouldn't know if it was like...
He'd be able to date it though if it were based in lead.
yeah,
I
there'd be like
guess?
So if it's
It'd
subtle
be a
differences
very
new
difficult
early.
check, I
creation.
think. Because
It would be
this whole
it's
thing has
better
just
than-
been recreated with magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like if anyone can make that difficult check, I feel it probably is Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that assessment for sure.
And
So,
I
Steve,
can
if you would
see-
like to make a
I
class
can
rolling
also
check.
I can also do the comparison because if they just made it to replace it, pieces are, if they're made for like the same, like if they're not made from different blowers, they're made from the same blower. That means the chemical alteration should be
guess they would
exactly the
be
same as on the
literally
other pieces.
different grain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I was thinking. Like the grains wouldn't match up or something like that.
Yeah, it's a completely different structure to it. Okay, but sure, glass blind. Just making sure. Anybody got us in case?
I'm tapped.
I unfortunately do not have one for you.
Yeah,
Kate
you
have
do.
one?
You just woke
gotta
up.
free ball it.
I used that one from waking up.
Well, then Kate has one, so you have that in the tank.
Okay, just in case.
Arlene's used her human inspiration. I guess Amy has one too, technically.
23 is pretty good.
Ganol.
Okay, I can see.
You're likely to get better than that,
But now,
I guess you're pushing for your 25 then.
of course.
Probably, maybe, yeah.
26.
Okay. This looks, as far as you are able to tell through both your alchemical and artistic knowledge, this seems to be the original piece.
Interesting.
Okay.
Is this perhaps
Now,
someone who
the
needed to
galaxy-rank
perform-
conspiracy would be that all of this glass is replaced. The whole window. But that's a
Come
little...
on, that's too much. Too much.
That's a little too much.
They stole it and then replaced it with a replica and then destroyed it.
Yeah.
My
Right,
God, that's
Then
diabolical.
the only other thing I could posit is that the person who performed this vandalism did not want to destroy the figurative heart of, well, like, they didn't want to commit a genuine desecration, and this vandalism was done for a completely different reason, and it was done by someone who has respect for Wovar if they left the heart intact when they performed the act.
Gendry will frown at that. There can be no respect for the gods when one vandalizes their most sacred ground. One destroys in the god's house.
What if you needed to do so in order to save the life of someone dear to you, to save many lives, to acquire something that you desperately need? Do you think that the god would see in you your works and forgive you as long as you approached this act with as much care as you could give it?
Perhaps, but Wovar would judge one harshly for roguery when one could have come and asked. What did
If
this
they couldn't have
accomplish?
asked, that now becomes the real question. I'm just saying, I don't think of Wovar as someone who would curse you for destroying glass when you hold the life of another in your hands.
I agree, but there must be true justification for such a thing.
Suppose we could roll back around to the vaults then. Are you able to check if anything is missing? This indeed worked as a grand distraction.
While you were gone, our paladins made security sweeps outside, and our reliquists went in to examine what we hold. There are no relics of the church missing. The vaults, as far as we can see, have not been breached.
Interesting. When we asked for our oracle, it was determined that if we were to chase this lead down to its inevitable, we would find that it's harder dark work, but knowing that this is intact, it feels like this may well have instead been the work of an ally who couldn't act openly, but I don't know what possible circumstances that could be then. I'm not familiar with anyone around here. She just spreads her hands helplessly.
If this is to be the
Anyone
work of
know?
our friends, I dread to think what our enemies mean to do to us.
I will instead think fondly of what this friend means to do to the enemy.
If indeed it is some form of friend. And yes,
Yeah, the heart's still here.
yep, the heart is still there, and it is even the original one.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, but Theli doesn't have a reason to think that Theo did it. Just narrative, it makes
Yeah,
it makes him a
narratively.
very prime suspect, but all of us are like, yeah, no, there's no reason for the Archpriest to do this kind of damage to the place.
Yeah, narratively, like, there's no reason for me to ever suspect that. But, like, out of character, like, I'm pretty sure
It
it's him.
feels like it would be his move. But yeah,
What motivation would he have for that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I
that
don't
I could
know.
not tell you, but as
Well,
far as
Savin,
being genre
I'm
savvy
throwing
is
darts at
concerned,
the wall at this point because
yeah,
the glass is the original. The heart hasn't been stolen. There's no supernatural trace. There's no natural trace. Like, our avenues are exhaustive, and I don't have the information for you.
we did our best, but I don't think that we can determine
Like,
it now without putting a
this
lot
is
more
some-
time in.
Yeah, this is some forensic work we require modern day equipment for. Sadly.
Yeah.
If we're going to be like enhanced with kind of bullshit going on.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of
Like-
we've told them what we've learned, and we've done all of the thinkering that we can. We can just only hope and leave this in their hands. We just have other shit to do.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
by the
there's
way,
not really anything more.
which parts are missing in the in-ground images that didn't survive?
Like one of Wolvar's feet, a couple like
Oh, so it
ASMR
was a pervert.
cherubs.
We should have known.
Like just random shit from all over that you
Right.
suspect wasn't stolen, but just like fell into the brush or something, and no one's found it yet. Seems more likely.
Like, yeah. Though, I'm still going to like. Can you get me that point where like that that suppressed trebuchet position would be?
We can make that our last inspection ground before we move on.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
we'll give you that one and then we'll move on.
Like, if it does turn
I
up
mean-
something, then well fucking played. I do kind of want to look. I don't think it will, but let's
I-
make that our last
I
stop before we go.
sincerely doubt us finding anything there.
yeah, but I just because I'm thinking of the angle there. You said like it looked like to be a hammer tap and shit like that. Be like tap, rock, belt. You know, like the angle could be easily done that and then just pull.
It could, but we also
Oh.
know the heart was taken out, so it became a lot less likely. Still, I think it is worth
Yeah, but
checking
the-
for at least the very least
Yeah,
amusement's
we'll
sake.
at least check it, and then if we don't find anything, we move on because
Yeah,
we've
well,
we
exhausted
just,
it,
we just have shit to do.
and we have
Yes.
other stuff to do.
All right. So as you guys leave the cathedral, then you will see the merchant captain, Aiden Price, giving you all a fond farewell wave as he and his group push off from the dock to head upriver. A bunch of mules have been lashed
Did we
to their
want to
raft.
go upriver ourselves, or
You were going
we-
down.
No, he's
river
going
towards
toward,
Crania.
yeah. He's going
Right,
up
right.
towards like
He's
road
going
and
up.
like that
That
to
was it.
deliver stone for the wall and all that.
That's right.
He's
But we
going to-
needed a barge from here because we're moving a gigantic fuckload of honey, right?
Yes, you
Yeah,
were,
we
you
have,
were
like,
doing
a
the exact
butter pound
opposite
of
of his
Yeah.
route. He's going
Yeah, we're
up
doing
to
the
Moose
opposite
Barrow from
direction.
Crania.
Okay.
You're going to Crania from Moose Barrow.
Right.
Although I
cool.
guess if we wanted to, we could try and sell like some of the honey to him. But,
Selling
like,
it here is
No,
a
no,
waste
no.
of time.
No.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's
traveled
a-
any
we'll sell in
distance.
Cranian. We'll get a
Yeah.
premium in
Yeah.
Cranian.
Selling it to a merchant going to Moose Barrow, the place that has like direct access to the
Yeah,
honey.
yeah,
is,
yeah.
all of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
honey.
you're right. We'll sell in Cranian and get a premium for it.
Anyway, yeah, he will give you a wave goodbye as he and his crew leave.
I mean,
You can.
we could sell it in Ignif. Oh, well, I guess they're close to bees.
Nah,
Yeah,
nah, nah,
Igniferous
we'll
has
sell
a
in Cranian and get-
bajillion bees living in it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I do not need
Yeah.
it.
Cranian's the best choice for it,
Rainy is probably the best.
and we'll get like massive from it because it's honey in a time in the city that has like no food.
Yeah, it is. It is nice things to eat in the middle of a food shortage.
Clean, easy calories right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Though Kate will
Nice
suggest,
and
given that,
nice.
stores.
though Kate will put an arm around Ashe and Steven, suggest, yeah, maybe instead of selling the honey, we could, give it away.
Yeah.
Feels like war profiteering at that point.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Drought profiteering.
I gotta gesture at the church behind us. You could always leave out a collection box to go with it. Offer it for free, allow people to pay.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
Yeah. I can get behind that. Pay what you want,
can
sort of
Yeah,
thing.
that's good.
So many
Hey, what you
cinnamon
can.
honey buns.
However you want to put it.
I was gonna say that I can use that to infuse, like ration bread, so that it becomes more filling. Like even a spoon of honey into bread is still enough. A tablespoon.
Yeah.
We can try and give it to a baker. There's that huge new granary. It's supposed to be the wonder of the world.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, and if the bakery can.
How about as well, candies for the children of people working on building the new, external, I suppose the city extension that's being constructed.
Newtown.
Yes.
Newtown.
Giving
Yeah.
them,
Well, I do know
treating their
of,
kids to meals and stuff, knowing that their family are away busy and working is always a good thing to do. Keep the children happy
Yeah.
is an important part of keeping everyone happy, really.
And this way I can finally teach Thor how to make spun honey.
Spunny.
Spun honey. It's how to add a little bit of air into honey itself when you process it. It's like spun sugar.
Oh, I know how to
That's
do
why you
that.
get. Oh, you do know. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you get more
Nice.
volume into it without.
Air does make food more foodly, I guess, is the only way I know how to put it.
Yeah, it lets you get through
You
more.
get
of
more
it.
out of.
Arlene will
You
scratch
get
her
more
head.
out of less.
Isn't filling honey with air the same as putting sawdust in bread? Just more for nothing?
No, you.
It lets you
No,
chew
no.
on it, surely. Like having
It'll
more
make it
mouthful is
last.
I'm just saying, you're getting less honey in
It's
every bite.
different.
good. But the bite feels better.
It's more for spreading on stuff than just
Yeah.
eating and eating.
Oh, for on toast.
Alright, I
100%
think I
that way.
get it.
Yeah. It's.
So you wouldn't do it to like a candy?
Oh no, that's the hard as hell, especially with honey, because they would need a lot more heat treatment and added sugar.
Right. Alright. I get it. As she's saying this, you guys arrive at this big patch of forestry. There is, in fact, not a trebuchet here. Everyone is disappointed.
There's no tracks about trebuchet.
We're all disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Go ahead and roll survival. Maybe someone bogarted the trebuchet after it was here. Just wheeled it off
You know what?
into the forest. Or put a camo tarpaulin over it somewhere.
Yeah, let's see. Well, let's see.
This is reaching beyond our reaching.
What's your now we can roll separately. What's the name? Telly.
Yeah, I mean, I can throw a survival at checking the woods for siege weaponry. 22.
Alright, you do not, in fact, detect any evidence that there is now or ever has been in the past a trebuchet on the spot. or any form of siege weapon.
But
We're
clearly,
all
oh.
disappointed.
Well, at least we don't see any giant footprints, so at least we got that going.
No trebuchet? Well, means we should
Well,
continue on down the river.
You do see some horse hoofies, but, you know. And then you doubt they're dragging around a flying trebuchet. That would simply leave
If
no
the barbarian
tracks.
footprints, clearly they lifted it on their shoulders and
wait,
on their
wait,
back.
Ah, yes, of course, the centaurs had their back-mounted trebuchet.
The technical centaur, Savin.
Technical centaurs is a threat.
I would like to point out that there was centaur or horsehoof threat marks by the necromance library.
Yes,
bullshit.
from the skeleton minotaurs.
Okay.
Sure, this could be an undead
So the fact that
conspiracy.
there
They
was-
could have had a bone trebuchet.
It's the
They,
necromancer.
if they had a fucking minotaur skeleton, they would just need to yeet shit. Because they don't get, they can just yeet at full fucking power and shatter their arms if they fucking need it.
Damn.
Yeah, so what kind of blueprints are we looking at? Like, horse or...
I think that is very much a stretch.
Why did that not work? Oh, well. Why did that not work?
Broken image
Oh.
links. Blah, blah, blah,
Broken
blah, blah.
image.
You can just
link.
click the A.
Yeah.
I can just click the A.
Uh,
Is this
that
going to be the
didn't work
horse
because
with
of
the
Reddit.
ballista on its back?
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
going to
Reddit
be
doesn't
the
like anything.
a bone
Oh, the bone
trebuchet.
Yeah, Red Link.
That's the
Red Link's
Siege
never
Walker.
worked for it.
It walks
This
on
is how
those
you
fucking
fucking
bone
do it.
legs like a
Yeah, it
like a
walks.
big old centipede.
Anyway.
Very much a thanks, I
That's a-
hate it kind of monster.
Yep, you're welcome.
That's a very good brushing, though.
It's dope as fuck.
Anyway,
There's
to
a
answer your
title.
question, Hedrah, these appear to be horse hoofies.
Okay. Similar to the horses around the what's it called? Yeah. You know,
Yeah, you've seen like a whole bunch of war horses back at the cathedral. This could very easily just be, knights wandering around on patrol. Or wild horses. There's some in the
Well-
plains here.
Well, time to go back and say our goodbyes then.
Hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a move on.
Alright. You will get hugs from the Merciers. You can get your raft and push off.
And so the Merciers definitely seem like
Okay.
they're the hugging type.
Yeah. Look at them, they're so cute.
They do. That's clearly a lady who loves hugs, as is them. She looks like she would always go for the second hug, but pout because she wasn't the first hug, even though she always goes for second hug, as an excuse to pout.
She does look very cute when she pouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once we do leave the cathedral and start on our path, I will actually send a message to Cinder, basically saying the Trigod Cathedral had vandalism on the heart of Wovar. And he can take that for what it means, for what he will.
Let's see. Did I give Cinder a character sheet? Let's see. Don't think.
You
Oh,
got
no,
an
I did.
icon, so
All right, buddy. What's your intelligence situation? Oh, pretty good actually.
and he has help. So
All right. You will respond with concern and tell you to keep safe out there. Yeah.
Felt like a good idea to send word his way about it, since
Yeah,
he had the
agreed.
cathedral fire.
Definitely agreed.
thus the party returns to Kyrania City.
Oh, fine.
And the first thing you see is that there is indeed a new section of the town appearing in front of the wall outside. They have the foundations of a new curtain wall starting to go up, but the homes are coming together quick and dirty. There's a good, 300 small houses all packed together in tight little rows. They're definitely going for the fast and cheap, but of middling quality, just trying to get as many people into homes as they can. And as you wander past, you see a number of familiar faces. Several of the homeless people and the poor that you've interacted with. Even the folks from down in the sewer, Claire the cowgirl included, are now in front of little blocks of tiny houses. And, of
Excellent.
course, Theli gets grabbed and hugged by Brenna.
Oh, she gets a great big squeeze back.
Yeah. Flash the rest of you a grin.
You know,
Hey there, strangers. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Feels like ages.
Greetings,
So
Brenna.
much has changed. Look at this
hey,
place.
you've all done amazing work.
Emphasis on the work. She will flex a bicep and give it a slap.
Nods approvingly.
Or he whistles and claps.
Out of character, like, Tori has lost a lot of fucking weight since last Brita's up.
No, because she's also
No,
gone off
yeah,
fire
I've
mode.
Also
Hey.
gained a lot of weight.
I will point out that you used your celestial birdie thing.
Yes, and as she said, it
Twice.
puts her towards whatever the ideal is for her current situation, which is currently being a mom.
She is at max of squidge right now.
Yeah, there's
See, as
a
they say,
there's a
filled
minimum
out.
squidginess you can get when you're this full of babby.
Hmm.
So yeah, does Brynna even notice? That is the question. Yes.
I'm not sure how you can.
I mean, at this point, she is probably bigger than the last time.
Yeah, exactly. Brynna will, when you come up for your hug, give Toria a little slap on the flank. Putting on weight for the winter, huh?
Yeah, there might be a couple eggs in there. Like 8 of them.
That's a lot of eggs.
Yeah, well, there was this whole business with the manticore, and then there was this whole business with a mega demigoddess dryad. You know, adventurer stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
adventure stuff, right. She looks to Theli. Are you okay?
I would like very much to introduce you to someone, and have a nice chat about the magical moon tower we climbed up for a wish.
Right, Moon Tower. I got a letter from Siren saying she was going to have to fight someone in a wizard duel about it.
Yes, meet her contestant. This would be Lady Amelie.
Brenna will give Amy a nod. So, what are you two fighting over? Amy will put her arms around one of Theli's biceps. The lovely snake's hand in marriage. Brenna's lips will just curl up. Oh, I see.
You want to join in on this duel? I suspect at this rate.
Well, that depends. What do I get when I get my ass beat by an archwizard and whatever Siren is, archbard?
Hodgepodge sounds... Actually, that is probably the case. I have no idea. I myself am personally still quite a bit blindsided by the whole arrangement, but part of ascending the tower was exchanging a promise with Amelie here, who wished to be my consort.
This is where you say consolation smooches.
Is it where I say I don't know that that's my style, specifically. And I don't know how to approach this, because consorting isn't really a thing that's more modernly done anymore, and I'm still baffled at that fact.
Yeah, what
Well, not
does
done
being a
here.
consort entail, and where does one sign up for it?
Well, it entails being effectively a family member as well. Someone to... this is going to sound ridiculous, but essentially look after me, help raise a family in many times of need, in cases where I am wholly unprepared for days ahead. Help manage life and land, that kind of thing. Part of a great big happy family. In a lot of cases, a consort's also a political thing, but in this sense, I don't have a political power with which to be concerned about that. She was endeared by my hopes for the future, effectively. My wishes for a great big family, and caring, happy home for the people that I care about.
Brennan will frown a bit as you spell that out. I guess I don't really qualify then. I feel like you've been the one taking care of me. I'm not much for politics. A shame.
No, I would say that you have done plenty for me. You have been an ocean of just sanity in a world that I still struggle to come to terms with on a
You
regular
also
basis.
help us a bunch.
Yeah, you also actually, that is a good point, you did also adventure with us for a little while.
Venturing with us, looking into stuff for us.
Now, I don't know about you, but I qualify making me happy as something very important to me, and you've done a very good job at that. It sounds ridiculous, but it is, in effect, very true.
Brenna turns very red at that. Will give a happy smile. Well, that... don't know what to say to that other than... She takes a step towards you, then looks at Amy. Do I have to fight you if I want to kiss her? Only if you don't let me watch. Brenna opens mouth, closes it a couple times, and will just step up, grab Theli by ass, pick up, smooch.
Yeah. Bruna can't see it, but she could probably sense it when she turned attention back to Theli. She's doing like eyelash flutter motions. Maybe like the mask is just like vaguely shifting to give that impression.
Nice.
Super nice.
Rather than setting you down, she will just kind of curl one arm beneath you and just hold you up in her
Keep me
hands for a
hoisted?
while. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Keep you hoisted. She's a big, strong girl. Turn to the rest of you.
This is all approval.
So, you
Oh,
finally back
you're
for the
going to be
winter, or
carrying-
just passing through again?
We're gonna be here for a little while, and then do one last excursion before winter.
Good. Will you all be staying here in the city?
I would like to
Yes.
take, personally, I would like to take you and Amy here up to the Choral Chorus and stay in Siren's home together.
Or winter, or now.
I
Yes,
assume she-
over the winter. Yes.
That might be
staying
hard with the
here.
new job, but I will do everything I can to make it happen.
Well, if not, then I'll invite her down over here to us instead. I just think you would love the place. Especially considering
bet
the
I
college's
would.
library.
So, I will say this. We could use a little cleanup because we sure do have some
Been on
stuff
the
that's
road a
gonna
while.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we sure have some shroomy stuff to clean up.
That would be nice.
Yes.
We are mildly smelly.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure Leonore would love to see you at the bathhouse.
You can
Though
persuade you to
you-
come too.
She will poke Felly's
Me?
nose. You get to come to my new house and bathe in my new bathtub.
Oh, excellent. So glad to hear you have a home.
Yes, an actual house all to myself. I can't believe it. It's... all of this is kind of surreal.
They'll all just smile. She's not one for pride, not really her jam, but she can be glad that things are going well for someone.
Well, I will see the rest of you later then. And Britta is just gonna give you all a grin, and then Felly's still hoisted an
Do you
arm.
have-
Go home.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have room under your arm for poor Amy as well? I'd like you to all get properly acquainted. To feel like I'm abandoning her the moment we get into a big city. She's been stuck in a tower, a magical tower, admittedly, for how many years now?
Long enough to be happy to be anywhere else, but don't let me cramp your style. I think you and Britta have plenty of catching up to do.
I will give her a thankful look.
Britta will seem relieved. Nice as Amy looks, laying into her Andy with the first, 5 minutes after meeting, a little awkward.
Fair. Very fair.
You, however, are going to get dick down super hard.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
How will I make... Yay.
Amy will Amy will adjust her hat and give you guys a finger wave as you depart. Huh.
I'm in danger.
I haven't been to this town in oh so long.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff to do.
I'm sure. And now that Felly's gone, I can go cause problems on purpose. Goodbye, friends. She's going to walk off in the direction of the ducal keep.
Excellent.
Well, Miss Arlene,
There's just the jingle of a cat bell as Harleen is heading towards the game store. Literally, it's time for
No, she
Warhammer.
definitely needs to have a bath before she goes to the Warhammer store.
No,
Refuse to
no.
let her be one of
Oh,
those.
do not be the
grognards.
stereotype.
But if everyone else
Absolutely
is...
verboten.
Greasy
Absolutely
gamer, nobody'll
verboten.
notice.
Be above it.
greasy gamers.
Gotta be the change you want to see in the world.
No, no one's been like, oh no, you don't, young lady. You're gonna get a bath first.
Oh. But I've been saving up all this
The Bella
money.
I
The
know,
money
but the
will
store
still
was
be there when you're
the
having your
stores-
bath.
exactly. And you can be nice and clean and get some fresh clothes on that isn't stuck with road dust or funk.
I do not smell bad. I have prestidigitation for that. Arlene lied lyingly, but still, she will do her harumphs and come along with you.
We got the friendly falcon. Hell yeah. It's been a while.
This falcon is so fucking friendly.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, And now that we are fucking here, we can get this barrel carted around by other motherfuckers than ourselves.
That is true.
So let's get them a ship. What's it called a moving duders, carrying duders with cart and wagon.
Ah, yes, menial laborers.
Yes. Serfs. I got money and have a barrel to move.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, the
I'm
the
paying
technical
gold.
term is peasant here,
Oh,
but
it's por-
yes.
It's a porter. You meant to say porter. I was muted when I was saying things. It's a porter.
Yes, a
Yes,
porter.
porters. So specific. Yeah. I'd be like, a porter looked, oh, cause some sacks and shit. Be like, no, giant barrel, pays in gold.
Yeah, if you want to drop like $10, you can get somebody to, like, a couple of dudes to carry this thing around for you wherever you want all day.
Yeah, well, first we're gonna get it down to. Well, the main storage will be with the Funky Friendly Falcon at least, because that's our warring spot.
Yep, that is
And hey,
the place you
they
guys
get-
stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the porters get some drink, some food and drink to go as well.
Hell yeah. Once you
Yeah.
come back in, Byron will throw his hands up with a great big smile. Ah, my friends, welcome back. Welcome back. It's been too long. Come in, make yourselves at home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good to see you again.
Immediately do so.
Get to renting a room and everything like that, and getting ready to go down to the bathhouse.
Yeah. As you filter in, Tori immediately goes over to check on the small. Tiny and precious, as always.
Yeah, she's in good health.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Growing remarkably quickly.
As babies do.
As they do. He glances at his wife and smiles. Ah, Miss Valeina.
As they just.
Byron will shuffle around the counter as Vale approaches.
Oh, yes, hello.
Ah, my dear, a letter came for you while you were out. I've held on to it for you.
Oh. Well, that's lovely. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. We'll take from behind the counter a letter with your family's seal upon it.
Oh, this is not the letter I was expecting a different. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'll take a seat and look at this letter. I'll open the letter.
Alright. It is from your dad. He is congratulating you on your accomplishments as an adventurer. He confirms the receipt of the coffins you sent back and the arms, and tells you that they have been returned whence they came, that the family is grateful.
That's good. Well, that's good.
And there is a small object in the bottom of the letter's, like, actual envelope. You pluck it out. You see that it is a beautiful ring. Dad will say that it... No, it is not a cock ring. It is a gift from the family whose knightly arms you returned as thanks.
Oh, well, that's they didn't have to do that.
But they wanted to. It is a masterwork emerald ring.
Ooh. I'll put that on my treasures.
Would be a perfect basis to enchant into a magic ring if you want, or just to be a pretty treasure to wear. And, of course, at the end of the letter, your father says he is very proud of you and he cannot wait for you to return home to, tell him about your adventures in person, perhaps with a, beautiful lady or handsome gentleman on arm.
When are you gonna give me grandbabies?
Green baby.
He's a gentleman. He would never stoop so low as to, whinge about that. But, if his daughter had a partner, her long quest, why, that would certainly make him feel much more safe and confident in your well-being, both in the field and personally.
Well, perhaps I will have news on that front for him one day.
Perhaps one day.
I do need to pen a letter to him though about the possibility of some about Lyris possibly be having an opportunity to make some kind of political maneuver here in this country for some land, perhaps, in exchange for helping to get rid of these barbarians. Not something he would be able to do, but he could certainly pass such information along.
Yeah, no, definitely he wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
I don't think he would.
I mean, he's a big old dragon. He could just swoop down and.
Although it is a very strange. Although actually, wait a
I think you
minute.
should do it. It's the perfect
Wait,
excuse
no, it's
for a
a-
dragon who's getting bored to do a Deus some Vault for his daughter.
It's a really weird. It's actually a kind of a strange situation because married into an Arunan family, and this territory is Arunan, but also Lyris is having problems over there with land issues and needing to expand a little bit. But that could be like a opportunity for some kind of like bridging the gap between the two nations.
Your land? My land.
Is Vale the type to do that as a Blue Knight?
What? Do what? I don't think it has anything to do with.
Land
I don't think.
expansion?
Well, I mean, I'm not, but I can she recognizes the opportunity, and it's not something like. I mean, she's not gonna go land grabbing herself because that's against the code she's under. But she could pass the information along.
Yeah.
That
Enable land grabbing.
there could be an opportunity here for Lyris to expand its territory a little bit.
As Vale is ruminating on this, you'll see Arlene jiggle her way into the seat next to you and peer over shoulder. Who's it from?
Oh, it's from my father.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yes,
Back home doing well?
Yes, they're doing all right. He's quite proud of me, and he's writes to let us know that those remains that we found made their way back home to their respective families. And they're quite grateful to have them back. Well, as grateful as they could be, anyway.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad they made it home safe.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll smile at that. Though you get the sense he's a little disappointed in something you said, but alas.
I guess I'll try an insight. I am not sure what she would be disappointed in.
Sure.
I'm not
On
very
second thought, no,
insightful.
you don't even notice the faint hint of disappointment in her voice as she just gives you a smile and sips on her drink. Well, I better go get cleaned up.
Yeah, I
Sure.
might as well.
Hop. Woo! And we'll stop and fuss at the baby. And go upstairs.
Drop off the stuff in the room and then head over to the bathhouse.
Hell yeah.
Yay. Yeah, you guys can get cleaned up at your leisure in whatever place you prefer. Kate
Lenore's
will
the biggest
drop some
hug
money
in
to get
motion.
Leonora to come attend her Ashe and Tori.
Heck yeah.
Ooh. Well, yeah, I have a little bit of time to be attended to before going to try find Cassian.
I have all the time.
Look, if you don't have time to get a blowjob from a cat girl while you get scrubbed down by your girlfriend, I mean, that's fine. But
No, I got time.
when you put it like that. Anyway, yeah. It is pretty late in the day when you guys are finished. Up to you if you want to go down to the tavern in the evening or tomorrow morning. Generally, Theli
I'll go in
will...
the evening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because he mentioned like he usually stays around there in the evenings anyway.
Yep. And yeah, about the time you guys are done with your nice bathhouse excursion, Theli will be able to kind of wander up, walking a little funny. But how funny, you ask? Real fucking funny. Turns out Brenna really missed her.
Yeah, looks like it.
So, other than Ashe, who wants to go to the Stone City?
Stone, you say? I don't know. I might have to be a bit bow-legged on the walk over there, but you know.
Yeah, you are walking a little funny.
Yeah.
It's we needed to make sure it was a good bath, by which gotta leave it filthier than you entered.
Exactly. Or in your case, it's probably more like two extra large Amazon women slamming in the bathtub probably just destroyed the wooden thing.
Oh no.
Immediately had to pay her for a new one. Like, oops, sorry,
Worth.
I didn't mean to.
Worth.
Yeah, I'm like, I didn't mean to. Just like, I did.
I did.
So yeah, Theli, Ashe, who else?
Remind me, what was the Stone City again? That was like the
That is the sprawling
ruins
labyrinth beneath the
underneath
city, yes.
Yeah. What was down there again?
Loads of stuff.
We're going to the
20
bar
levels.
there because that's where Cassian is.
Oh right, it was like a proper second, almost like a second city, right?
It is, in
Yeah,
fact,
it's got,
at
like,
least
20
one
levels.
additional
It
city
is.
It's a
that's
mega
buried.
dungeon.
If
Yeah, it
not
is a mega
one, if
dungeon.
not like one city, like multiple cities down there.
Yeah. Right.
You could always go fight Shitfeaster. Or
Okay,
Doctor.
there
Try
we
and
go.
find Doctor
No,
Tooth.
no.
Oh god, Dr. Tooth.
Get
I will say
mad.
this. We're going down there because the butt plug is in the other cast.
Supposedly it is.
Unless you shout it out somewhere.
I mean, that's why I'm going down there. It doesn't have to be why you go down there.
Yeah, but somebody has to heal your boo-boos.
Your boo-boos.
It's going to a bar. I don't, unless like there's a bar fight.
Yeah.
And even then, you'll have Kate with you.
What time would we be?
This is
Going
late
there.
evening. And it'll probably be like 3 a.m. by the time you get home.
I want to keep Lenore occupied until her shift is over.
Alright. Tori's getting the good scrub down. Arlene similarly is going to be like, I'm just staying in the bath.
Baths are nice.
Vale, are you going to the Stone City, or do you want to hang in the tavern?
I don't think I have a reason to go down there.
Fair
Except to check on the homeless folk.
They moved into Newtown, I think.
Oh, I
That's
guess
what
that's
Say
You,
said
true.
you
earlier.
said as we were coming in, most of them were there.
Yeah, most of them have started moving up into actual housing.
That's
Yay.
lovely. That's wonderful.
It is.
Very pleased.
I don't have anything to. No, I don't really have any reason to go down to into the city unless my presence is desired.
I'd rather go down there in case.
Just in case.
I don't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Steve needs to be there because he doesn't trust us to not be fooled by Dr. Tooth.
Indeed.
Just kidding. but-
Doesn't want you
Also,
signing
I'm
an
not kidding.
Eldritch contract.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Alright. Would one of you roll me a d6 as you make your way down through the sewers and into the Stone City?
D6, you say?
Mm-hmm.
A 2.
Alright. As you are making your way, not even having quite reached the Stone City, just into like the shittier part of town before you get into the most reliable sewer access you've found thus far, you are approached by a fellow handing out a little newsletter. A very cheaply bound bit of cheap print paper. This one has a big flaming torch upon the front of it. He will
Oh,
deftly shove it into Ashe's hands.
ignore it. It's the Communist Manifesto.
Change is a-comin', friend. Change is coming. Here, read all about it. Read all about it. Change is coming. He will just move immediately off past you towards other people walking the night. And yeah, when you look at it, big torch icon on the top, big rough script on around it saying that this is the Flames of Freedom newsletter. It is all painted red.
Didn't we kill a rat that was spreading that?
A fool's errand.
Kate will harumph and just, like, unless you want to stop her, she's just going to take it and throw it in the ditch.
Yeah, I'll let her throw it in the ditch.
Fucking Conradists.
It is a fool's errand. The system has not worked. nor will it ever really work with the natural natures of people.
Yeah. Then again, I guess for
It's
folk in this
communism
city,
bullshit.
a lot of them, the system we got ain't working either.
No, but that one wouldn't be much better, I don't think.
Well, Ashe says that. There are a number of people who appear to be taking the letter with some interest. Your...
We're not here to fix the world.
We can't fix the world. Let the commies get their fingernails in. Your derision for the subject does not appear to be as widespread as you might hope, but still a few people see these, beautiful adventurers walking by and just bleh. A couple of younger boys will certainly follow suit, trying to look cool.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Like, the best way to get someone to step away from something is watch a hot person also dislike it. That's just facts.
I mean, yeah.
It is true.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, having dispatched of your communist script, you can proceed into the Stone City at will. Does not take long
Very
for you
well.
to find your way down to the Bloody Hound Inn.
Yeah, let's check up on the folks.
Yeah. Let's go take a look.
Have an almost valid drink. If this outlaw's like the usual guard, he'll get a fist bump.
Yeah, you recognize some of the faces around here by now. I'll give you an up nod. In fact, one of them will say, "Hey, you're Scar's friends, right?"
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Hope he's treating you well.
"Oh, yeah. He's actually been asking about you."
I suppose he can ask no longer. We're here. Do you know what about? Or
Something about a job needs doing. Said to tell him
Okay,
if you arrived. Assume that's alright with you?
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah, one of these.
Heck, if he's here right now, I'll go in and see him.
Well, yeah. Come on.
I'm sure. I'll give Ashe a thumbs up. You got this, buddy. I'm sure you can acquire a butt plug without me.
Yes.
The other guard just does a double take. Like, what?
You always have to say it like that.
I just tell it how it is, like about dicks.
Teleport Theli down, but
It's,
meanwhile...
Thank you.
Steve, it's in its actual old, its usual, not the nice suit, its old getup.
His underland apparel.
Yes, so Beeline just looks to outlaw over here, up and down. Any ailments?
When you say that, a couple of other guards will kind of come around the corner. And, yeah, Steve, how do you like treating STDs?
Oh no.
Very easily treatable.
Excellent, because, yeah, they've been dipping their wick in the homeless prostitutes again.
Oh no.
Oh,
God,
no.
God damn it.
Oh,
Yep.
you! How many times? Puts up his hands. I know.
It is getting to that point. This is like the third time Steve's come around here, and it's like the same guys with the same problem.
I can't help it.
Well,
We call it trout trolling, and it's fun.
Oh, no. No. Why? Why are you like this?
Some folks like fishing. We
Stop.
trout
Nope.
trap.
Stopping it there.
No. Then, how about this? I'll make sure that we get rid of this. And then you tell me who is that you're going to be visiting so I can clean her up. Or whatever you fancy.
Brother, it ain't just one.
So that
But yeah, you know what, Steve? Since you're offering and they're tired of having crotch rot, let me pull up a thing real quick just to check, because there is a thing you can learn from this. Let's see, where is my Stone City map? Here we go. Yeah. All right, down on the second layer of the Stone City, so the one directly underneath this one, there is an old dock house that's like 90% submerged, but it still has its upper floors that are dry, and a number of ladies of the night have set themselves up there without to get away from being controlled by the Red Wolves, as the bathhouse you're familiar with is. And that appears to be the source of this recurring problem.
very well. What I do know is from that, so I'm gonna have to make an order. How many? I asked them how many ladies tend to work there.
Usually a dozen at a time, but it's a rotating stock, if you will.
So it's 12. So let's see. That if there are 12, it does. So let's go with 12 rotating staff. How often do they rotate? Do you expect?
How often what?
What's their total rotation?
They don't know.
Okay, so
Like, it's women coming there, working a few days, and then never being seen again, you know? They come, they go, they come, they go. There's a pretty endless number of, like, down on their luck refugee women who could use a few dollars.
just size. Okay, so the multiply by 3, so with the times 1.5, that's at least 54. Okay, so I'm going to need to order a lot of cheese.
One of the men you're talking to will sort of blink. So it's true then. You can fascinate a woman by giving her cheese.
It just... His head just does that slight elongating of the neck and just rotates slowly to look at him.
Don't make
No.
him shit his pants, beaked puss.
And then it rotates slowly as it starts spinning 180, 360 degrees before you finish.
No.
That's what I was imagining.
You know, it like you know when you have your neck bent and then you just stretch it and just turn your head to the side, like that.
Yeah, it is called craning your neck. But the way you described that made it sound like you're just doing some fucking actual
Cryptid nonsense.
So yes,
I mean, Steve is a cryptid. That is just factually true.
You know what? That is fair. They probably just... In fact, there are so many cryptids that are really innocuously named. Like, the Steve is absolutely the name you would give to an unsettling beak cryptid.
Yes, but no. There is a type of cheese freely available in a Vara, which has some very beneficial properties for men and women, your situation.
What?
And you're just jolting it down. It's like, yes,
Getting
it's a type
special
of...
penicillin.
These men seem very confused by the concept
That's
of medicinal cheese, but alright, you're the doctor. You clearly know
I am
best.
so excited about this. What I'm not excited about is them misanalyzing this, and then they've got a lot of people with cheese dick out there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was
No,
going
it's
around.
like-
Followed
this-
doctor's orders, ended up with cheese dick. Don't know what to do now.
Ended up with cheese, Nick.
Look, if you
Yes,
didn't want you to
it's actually-
fuck the cheese, why are there so many holes in it?
It's called a blue mold cheese. It's a very pungent one. It has beneficial properties for you when consumed because it alleviates the symptoms and with time helps clear up your disease. It helps accelerate the healing process.
Science fucking
Go ahead.
crazy, yo.
Yeah, out of character. That's a hilarious fucking thing because penicillin has existed in like blue mold cheeses for thousands of years. Nobody fucking knew that.
No, you just gotta watch out for cheese dick.
Yeah,
They're gonna
this
get
is
cheese dick from
for-
this.
This is gonna be for consumption only. Doesn't work in it. I will make sure because I'm not goddamn
Yeah,
stupid.
and the trout weren't for trolling.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be mentioning is yes, this has medicinal benefits for you. It's a rather inexpensive, but it's a very pungent one. So I would recommend you staying away from getting your dick wet, so to speak, for at least a week or so, while this works its way through your body.
They were more enthused about the magic healing cheese than the week of chastity, but fine.
Well, imagine that's it, and then you're perfectly healthy.
Week of cheese today.
So there's no way to speed it up. You just have to have patience.
Fine,
Which
fine.
I very
fine.
recommend.
Understood.
Yes. I'd rather you not, because repeated infections like this will actually cause permanent damage, not only to your genitals, but your insides. And if you keep doing that, you will literally, and I mean this in all sense of the world, your cock and balls will fall off.
Steve, make a DC 5 intimidate check. Keep these men in line. If you
This was
so close.
He's so close.
DC 5, like, it's enough.
It is enough. All right. They are not going to either stick their dick in the cheese or go against doctor's orders. Though after a week, they might try and get some
Good.
lady to slurp cheese off their dick.
Don't worry, baby, it's medicinal.
You want some cheese, Dick?
They always say you're supposed to bait trout with cheese.
Oh,
I hate this. Shut the fuck up. Never
My
speak
God.
again.
I hate it too. I hate it.
Meanwhile, in the tavern,
Cease words!
cease your words, wench. Yeah, meanwhile,
You
in the
keep opening your mouth and atrocities keep falling
Meanwhile,
out.
in the tavern,
Ash,
you've been
you
well?
see Cass, and a kitsune, and a bunny, and a human. Cass
Yeah.
will lift a tankard up to you. Hey, there you are.
How yourself? Look like you've been well.
Can't complain. How about you?
It's been alright. You know, doing typical adventure things, finding forgotten tombs, all that.
Same, pretty much. Well, start to turn around and then just get boob-hatted by Kate and given a hug from behind. Hey, cuz. So, what did you need to talk about? Sounded important.
Well, minorly so. Are you familiar with the tale of Valeorn?
Yeah, of course. A distant relative.
Well, I'm looking to reacquire the uh, artifacts in his story.
Like the ones he had, like his staff, and looks at the rest of his group. Such.
Yes, such.
Among other things.
Kitsune rests elbow on table, chin on fist. Is this a magic cock ring or something? No? Squint. Everybody squints at the cat.
I'm sure Ash now glad imminently that I chose to go fuck off with the others so that I didn't go, no,
Yes,
it's for the
I,
butt.
I am very much glad, because I'm trying to be discreet about this, and you're just always, it's the butt plug.
It's
the fucking butt
really,
plug."
it's really funny to be fair, it's hilarious.
Of course, the Kitsune passes.
Of course. Listen, look. His Kitsune does this all the time. My Kitsune does this all the time. It's how it goes.
Yeah. The two foxes just look at each other and kind of up nod like, ah, yeah. And Castle glance at Ashe. Yeah, well, I happen to have acquired one of them pretty recently, but yeah, it's a magic item, pretty powerful. Not that I'm really using it for anything, but it is, you know, good for spellcasting. I do a little bit of that, a little bit of this, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping to come to some sort of trade or agreement for it.
Well, you got anything of equal value?
Let's see here. I do have some magical items, including this Ring of Untold Promise. Yet to really figure out what it can do, but it is a magical item.
Well, the thing I got, I know what it
Man,
does,
that
and
just
it's real useful.
Is there anything in particular you would like for it?
I don't know, a shitload of money? The Kitsune will sigh. Money is sort of the problem we're in right now, Cass. I don't think your friend here has enough to get us out of it. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, if you had that kind of money to buy something like this, you'd probably be retired right now, right?
Yeah, to a degree. Is there some sort of debt problem that you guys are in?
No, not debt, strictly speaking, but, yeah, well, we took a job, see? Kitsune will just kick him under the table. We took a job, and there's a lot of money riding on it, and we haven't had a whole lot of luck.
Alright.
Although you
I'll
are
tell you.
pretty capable.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I'll tell you what. How about I get my group to help you all out, and we call that a trade for it then?
Alright. You help us get what we're after, and you can have Cass's trinket. Hey, don't I get a say in
Out of
this?
character. Oh God, learn what
All-
it is first.
The other three of them all go, no.
So, tell me about this then. See if it actually is in our capability to help you.
Alright, well, we've been exploring the Stone City, and we've been told there's a ancient dwarven bank down on the 3rd level.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we
You're having
invested...
problems getting into it?
Yes, we invested quite a lot of our resources into a guaranteed safe cracking device. Something that could get us into the heart of that bank's vault, but there's the problem of all the Guardian constructs. We've made a couple of forays, but just like that damn library, these things are almost entirely immune to magic. And, well, aside from Ed there, we're all spellcasters. The human up nods you. He has a pair of encased eye on his fists and a sword on his back.
Yeah, Ash is nodding along, understanding it so far.
Right. So, if you could
So
be
you
our
need us-
muscle while we deal with the vault cracking, we might actually be able to get in there and get the treasure.
Alright. I'll have to talk with the rest of my group and make sure they're on the level for it, but provided they are, I think we can have a deal here.
Excellent. If you'd like, we can come up to the... Where was it you were staying? The Falcon?
The Friendly Falcon, yeah.
We can come up and discuss details tomorrow if you'd like.
Sounds good to me. I'll make sure everyone's around.
Perfect. And see you around 11 for lunch?
Sounds good to me.
Well, then I say that's worth a drink. How about it, friends?
Sure. And I suppose I'll just grab a chair from somewhere and pull up to the table with it.
Yeah. You and Kate can pull up some chairs and join your new friendos for some drink. I mean, hey, yeah, if you want to sit in Ed's lap, you're a pretty girl. He's into it.
I was more trying to go this way. It's hard to do it when like the map aligns with it.
Yeah, I know. Alright, so, while you're sipping, Theli, you arrive over here. And are greeted after a moment's wait by Scarbrand. Ah, there's a sight I love to see. Looking good, miss, looking good. Assuming Skow's here.
You dead?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, I am indeed back. And I hear you were looking for me. What's up, Scary?
Ah, see you and your friends. Well, I've taken your advice to heart. I've decided that the previous import-export business is that's behind me now. I've become what you call a fixer. I connect
Nice,
people with
nice.
jobs now. I'm a real pillar of the community.
Okay, I dig it. Fixer's a great gig. So are you looking to fix with us?
I am.
That's what I need.
I've got a client lined up, and I reckon the skills of the Black Knight and a bunch of other associated badasses will be just about perfect for her.
Alright, tell me about it.
Right, so, and I know this is gonna sound a bit contrite, but bear with me. There's a maiden what's been kidnapped, and she needs rescuing.
Alright, you have my
Yeah.
attention.
And
Generally all it
there's a
takes to get half of my attention.
tower involved, and possibly even a
Tower?
dragon. Well, okay, it's a salamander still, but there's a salamander guarding a lady in a tower. Swear on my mum's life
Alright.
this is true.
Okay, tell me about it.
Oh.
Any deeper details?
Yes. This priestess from the temple, right? She's got a little sister, just came of age recently. Was getting sent out to the front lines, to be a second-line medic, that sort of thing. When she gets kidnapped on the way by this rough-handed blackguard. He's thrown her in an old ruined tower and is demanding ransom.
Wow, the fucking balls.
I know, exactly. And my client says, Well, it'd be cheaper to hire adventurers, and frankly dishonorable to pay a cur like him for his sister's safety. And I said, well, I know just the people, and I've heard they're coming back to town.
Well, you heard rightly, and honestly, all I'll need to do is say the word damsel, and I think I'll have at least half of them on board straight away. What's the client offering in money?
Well, for that, she is offering 1,500 bucks and a lovely set of potions. I believe these are potions of endurance. Make it tougher.
That does sound very, very useful. Only though, 1,500 bucks is no small amount, and if they were being asked for more than that in ransom money, who are we dealing with here?
I couldn't tell you the
I understand you
identity of
might-
the kidnappers, but I can say this young lady is of well-bred status, if you know what I mean.
I get ya. Okay. Yeah, of course. I'm pretty sure I'd be able to get everyone together to help with that. We're going to be in town for a little while.
Excellent, excellent. I understand you all own a boat of your own, isn't that right? A little dinghy been down
That's-
in the docks.
Yeah, that's correct.
Perfect, you'll need it, because
It's literally being...
this tower just happens to be of the light in the skies variety.
Ah, I see. Oh, that's even better, honestly. I do love a lighthouse.
It's a beautiful place, I've been told. Oh, a shame it's been overrun by creatures and bandits.
Yeah. Well, it would be valuable to get it unrun by creatures and bandits.
Precisely. Well, he will take out his map and show you where this place is. Should be less than a day's sail, even in a small boat. And I hear that there's been some removal of obstacles out in the sea. It ought to be safe sailing.
Yes, the Kraken had its head exploded, or its brain hemorrhaged by the Morrigan.
That what happened. Well, either way, there's been
Pretty
some
sure.
shark folk coming up with kraken meat for sale. Wild stuff. Have you had a taste yet?
I can't say that I have, but I'm deeply curious.
I happened to acquire some. Curious myself I was. And let me tell you, it makes a fine, shit, what do those red woodens call it? He glances at his bodyguards. Sashimi? Yeah, that.
Oh, excellent.
Nice.
I'm so in.
Well, you get this job well done, and I say I will make sure that there is a feast of kraken sashimi ready for you when you get back.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I knew you were the right ones for the job. I'm sure our priestess will be very glad to have her sister safe and sound soon as he can.
And I'm, as I say, pretty sure...
Scary seems almost
I'd
excited
love
to
help.
extend a hand and shake on his first job as your fixer.
Fuck yeah, my guy. And yeah, give him a big old fucking handshake.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Unless he needs anything else, I'm happy to, like, sit and finish off a drink. Finish off a smoke and then head out.
Yeah. He's happy to join you for some dwarven whiskey and some cigars. You can rejoin Ashe and Kate.
Yeah. Hey guys, I might have gotten us a line on some short-term, high-paying money job. How do you feel about damsels in distress?
Well, I do love saving them, but I've also may have lined us up for helping out a job here in the town.
Is that also a damsel in distress situation?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I guess in a way. Would you two consider yourselves damsel in distress with the current situation?
Oh, hey guys.
The fox and bunny will give you an up nod.
Then yes,
Fox.
2 damsels in distress then.
I see.
We're not
what's the time frame on
damsels nor in
yours?
distress, but we could
Oh, I thought they were
use-
nodding yes to my question.
No, they were
they
just
were
up
nodding
nodding,
you when I
fairly
said,
like
"Hey,
hello.
guys."
Okay.
No, they
'Cause I did.
they
I
both
said
look
in the
rather
evening, so, like,
irate
they
that you would
nod,
suggest
yes.
as much, especially the bunny. Will crackle a little
they
bit with
they huff
electricity.
in bunniedly.
And bunniedly. And the hare will snort. We could totally handle this job on our own, you know.
Is
But
it something that would take you a long time then, or?
yeah, it'd be expensive and dangerous, but we could do it. Just be easier and faster with some help, that's all.
I mean, I'm sure we'd be glad to help. What kind of timeline are you on? Because we kind of need to rescue someone who's been taken ransom.
The sooner the better, but if it's someone's life on the line, it can certainly wait. We've been
Yeah, are you
poking
familiar
at
with
our
a
job.
nearby lighthouse?
I can't say I am. I'm sort of a city slicker by trade.
It shouldn't be too far from here. I guess I'll look to the bard, the cassoid. Would he have any information?
Well, let's find
It's
out.
a den of iniquity on the high seas. Oh,
Oh.
you fucking petty!
He sure
It's
does.
just the word. It's just the wording. The moment I said it was a den of iniquity, it was like, well, just activate my cast powers. He's probably got his dick sucked over there.
No, that's the place Steve is looking into down in the lower state.
Yeah.
He will shake his head. I wouldn't call it a den of iniquity, but there's a lighthouse out there that's been abandoned for a long time. Ever since Lady Siren built her place on the chorus.
Right. Oh, it belonged to Siren, did it?
No, this one didn't, but her lighthouse, a lot bigger, a lot nicer, sort of took all its job away.
Ah, I see. Right.
Leading it into a state of disrepair then.
Yeah, disrepair made it easy for creatures to move in. I've heard there's a lot of pirates operating out that way.
Yep. Well,
And
they've taken a priestess hostage, and they're asking for a lot of money for them. And that amount of money was stupidly a lot more than it costs to pay me to go and kill people taking a damsel in distress ransom, you know?
bastards, I'm in. He gets pulled back down by Fox as he starts to stand up. No, we
In
need
fact,
you
I'll
here.
even put up a finger like, nice try. This is my get. Yeah. What do you say, Ash? Think you and Kate are in?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna
Trip to
twist
the
my
ocean,
arm about it,
1,500
I
bucks and a damsel. I mean,
mean, if you're gonna twist my arm about it, I guess, you know.
they would be ever so in need, I'm sure.
Exactly.
These curs and blackguards.
Fine, just a word of warning if you're going out that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When I said pirates, I don't know if you believe in that sort of thing, but there's been more sightings of the Tempest Vestal out there than usual. A famous ghost ship. You've probably heard of it, right?
I myself have
Rumors, I
not,
suppose,
but
yeah.
I've heard of like ghost boats before, like not full ships.
Yeah, well, a bunch of people have said they've seen it out that way. Oh, I think they've probably just been seeing illusions brought up by the Kraken.
Kraken's been dealt with now, so shouldn't those sightings have stopped?
Maybe, but if it's been dealt with, it must have been pretty recent.
Yeah.
I'll give them the day. I've lost track now how long it's been since.
Been like certainly less than 2 weeks. I think closer to 1.
Probably like 8-9 days.
Yeah, no, there's been at least one sighting since then. Some terrified colonists coming back from the islands.
Hmm.
Well, we'll keep an eye out then.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you've got a warship,
Interesting.
if you see anything big out in the mists, just run away or hide.
We
I'm
certainly
sure it's
will.
quite our bag. Instead, we could what-ho onto it and then claim a ghost ship for ourselves.
Maybe, but a ship of the Vestal's size would have a crew of 2, maybe 300.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I
never
don't
mind then.
fancy my odds against a ship of 200 to 300.
Yeah, she
If
was
I
the
could
biggest
sneak
in
on
the
one, I'm
Navy
sure
back
I
in her
could,
day.
Oh well. Yeah. I'm sure if I were given time, to sneak onto and not be noticed on a ship, I could bring down a ship of any size, really, but I don't think I could sneak past hundreds of ghosts on the water.
Kate will snicker. I too can take something of any size given enough time and preparation.
Nods, yeah.
You're right, numbers would be no problem for you, would they?
I can take on the whole crew.
I'm not even going to play that in a fight card, I just nod sagely.
Yeah, you know.
Proud fox noises. Well, alright. Possible ghost ship, damsels in distress. Evil to vanquish, I'm in.
Yep. Suppose so. Sorry then to make the rest of you wait on your job for us to help you then.
It's fine as long as it's not more than a couple days.
It
Longer than
shouldn't
that,
be.
and we really do need to pay off the loan we took for this safecracker.
How much
shouldn't
is
be.
the
How much
loan?
is that?
We can always front you if we take longer.
Yeah, it shouldn't be more than a couple days,
20,000
right,
gold.
pal?
Okay, no, I don't have 20,000 to front.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you need
Yeah.
that much for?
They got a safe cracker to get into an ancient dwarven vault.
Yep.
You know the banks that the
More
dwarves have down there?
importantly, that there better be enough money in there to pay that off, and also have any profit from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. The dwarves of old, they would hold their shit. If they were a bank back then, they were like, nope. Until the clients or the clients' descendants come, the shit stays here. Come hell or high water.
The 20,000 was just to.
To
Just
buy
a-
an auto- to safe cracker.
To get a cracker.
Yeah.
That will work
The
automatically.
thermal drill.
It's a magic.
It is
drill.
the payday drill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a magical object. Okay.
It's right,
Yeah,
the best of me.
I wonder if they
best
bought
of
it
me.
from what's her face.
I had. Okay, never mind.
Big Bang?
That makes more sense now.
Yeah,
It's
so
the beast.
so the plan of
Yes,
action
it's the beast.
currently is we're gonna take a day out on the water to go save a priestess, then back, and then we'll be helping out with this hopefully.
Yeah, well, I was informed of a damsel in distress. They were taken prisoner by some rogue and they attempted to sell them for ransom. Unfortunately, the ransom they decided on was a higher number than the amount of money it cost to pay us to go over there and kill him and take the woman back.
Now supposedly as well there might be a ghost ship in the area as we go out to that place.
Yeah, it is. We just keep getting more and more good reasons to go out there and have a look.
But it really should just be a quick in and out of there and back because these guys
Picking
have a
out of the ranch in 30
$20,000
minutes.
Yeah, quick
like
in that
20,000
adventure.
buck
Exactly.
loan to pay back, and I really want to help them out with that.
Yeah, it's indeed. Although I was gonna say that. What was it? The uncle or of whoever the fuck was down there by the painter, the painter's brother.
Mm-hmm. You mean Jonah?
Yeah, Jonah. I got this work done up here at least.
Yep.
Yep, and come tomorrow, the very, very early morrow, we
Yeah,
should,
true.
we should, you know, go up there, maybe have a little chat, see if there's like, hey, thank you for the help with this shit. Here's a sack of money. Or you
he
found
did pay us.
Tiana.
He
Here's
oh
a sack
yeah
for the fucking
Jonah paid us for
research.
the,
yeah Jonah
the
already paid us.
research.
Yeah, no, this would be for rescuing Tiana. There is supposedly a reward that we can go and pick up.
And also, yeah, like on being told about this, Toriel mentioned that she wanted to go like check and make sure Tiana made it back home safe.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. What time of day is it by the time we're all wrapped up? I imagine on the late side.
Like
for us down
3
the
a.m. by the
undercity, it's
time
like
you
3
get back.
a.m.
Okay, then yeah, absolutely. I guess that'll be in the morning job. I'm going to go and collapse in Brunner's bed. See you all in the morning. I suppose 7.
we
I'll
should-
probably be up before then, but
We should check in with the Chancellor as well, make sure Tiana's gone back right, and then head out.
absolutely.
You all did get a sending from Lavanya saying that Tiana made it back safe and sound, by the way. Just
Oh
for
yeah,
clarity.
We
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, we
Yeah.
still, we
Oh,
still
did
want
we?
to see.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
we
sense
did,
just
yeah.
saying, like, you don't need to be worried about her not actually having gotten home.
Yeah, she didn't get
Okay,
jacked
yeah.
the moment
Oh.
we weren't aware. Just
Yeah,
yoink!
she had
Someone
tried
just
to
runs
remember
over and
that,
scoops
but
her up like a
also
sack of
good.
taters.
But also, like as we go in there and check with the Chancellor and Tiana and like that, there might be a reward,
yeah,
That'd
and
be nice.
Tiana also got time to level up.
She did. She's now a level 2 sorcerer. The strongest
Woo!
14-year-old in the world.
We have a habit of making incredibly powerful tweens, don't we? What about that time we gave a tween masterwork weaponry and full plate? Yeah.
Even taught her how to fucking read, schooled her and everything. Oh, apparently, the big bad evil guy thought we were keeping their kid hostage.
Yeah, that was one of the funniest things that's ever happened in D&D that I couldn't tell you about for like the entire campaign. It was like the villains petrified in fear because you've kidnapped their child. And the party is just like, no, we love her. What do you mean she's related to the big bag? Oh my god.
And what we would wonder, like, why haven't they made any moves since way back then? Let's be like, wait, wasn't that time when, like, wait, they stopped doing shit after we got to the village there?
That's really nothing.
Yeah, we waved it off. We waved it off to be like, oh.
I guess they're
And,
just
like,
busy with,
they-
frankly, other shit, is what it came down to.
And then, then we found out, like, oh, they were fucking terrified because we had their kid.
I'm sorry, it's worse than you thought. We adopted her.
Alright, well. Party can get their night's rest in. Poor Philly's only getting like 3 hours of sleep when the sun comes up. But it is what it is.
She's an early riser. It's not a huge deal for her.
That's true. So certain parts of Brenna that are quite tempting to get you back in bed, but neither here nor there.
Hey guys, a question: do we have anybody that does like ship navigation, or do we need to hire somebody for that?
You don't have anyone who actually knows how to pilot the boat to begin with, because that was
Yeah,
Kate's
that's-
daughter.
We
who were doing
relied
that.
on we
can
Kate's
hire-
daughter before.
Yeah, we can hire a sailor instead.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
A good one. We can afford it.
That is true. You can just pay money. I don't think
Yes.
any of your friends know how to pilot a boat either, unfortunately.
Don't think so. It's not really something that comes up when you're in the middle of like a land area.
I mean, you're on the coast of the ocean. It's just that you've
That's
made friends
true.
with a bunch of fucking nerds who have never been outside in their lives.
That's true, and most of our adventures have been like inland than anything else. So you know.
Yeah. So yeah, just so I can prep an NPC if needed, where in town do you want to go to try and hire boatman / woman? Is there any particular
I don't know,
factions you want
maybe
to try
maybe
and...
the
Harbor?
harbor.
I more meant like, are there any particular factions in town you want to try and like tap to
A
find?
smuggler would be
Oh.
great. Could we ask our fixer?
Ooh, yeah.
Our
Yeah.
fixer
I mean,
Scary, if he knows a
what
smuggler
are-
who can get us there.
What are our options for factions?
Well, I mean, there's the Duchy, and by extension, the Navy. There's the Elves. There is indeed just random sailors, of course. And there is the Red Wolves, the smugglers. You guys do
I think
know...
that the Red Wolves would get us in there really easily. If it's literally a hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah, I
Aren't
feel
we,
like
like aligned against the Red Wolves? Well, we've kind
Yeah,
of
I d-
aligned them
I don't-
a
Sort
lot.
of.
I feel like that you're right in that like a smuggler would know best on how to get us there, but also we don't exactly like the Red Wolf.
No, we don't like the Red Wolves themselves, but you know,
We
I'm
kind of
sure we
aligned
could.
and
We
we've-
could. I'm sure we
we've
could.
busted
We
up,
could
like, a
ask
big old-
Scary if he knows like an ex-pirate or a smuggler that wasn't a Red Wolf.
Yeah, because we kind of busted up
Yeah.
like some Red Wolf like businesses here.
Yeah, you've been quite violent to the poor Red Wolves. Let's see.
I wouldn't call them poor Red Wolves, but okay.
And you've made them poorer. But,
That's true. We have.
let's see. Alright, Scary, my boy, do you know a guy? We're gonna use history for you. Oh yeah, he knows a fucking guy.
He's a ballin' fixer.
Yeah, he is good at his job. What is your price range? Are you willing to give him a cut of the profits off this, or do you want just a flat rate? Obviously get a better guy if you go with profit share. But, you know.
I mean, it's already being split like
We're
6 ways,
we're
7 ways.
already doing quite a lot to split this up, and we don't want to, you know, have anyone's
No.
reputation hurt by extension. I think we'll just pay him specialist rates.
Now, that being said,
I have a question.
I mean,
if you're hiring hold on, stop. If you're hiring an extra guy, your boat only has capacity for all the players plus one.
yeah.
So
Th-
you're
that's
going to
what
have
I
to
was gonna
exclude
say.
Kate and Arlene.
It's only being split 5 ways if we don't like count him in.
Although that does mean an even, like, what was it, 300 GP for each of you?
Yeah, 300 GP each if you're
Yeah.
splitting 15. I think we do the specialist rate.
Yeah, go
Dude.
full beans. Get someone who will take a split.
Alright,
Well, here's
those-
a question. Would
Those are completely different ways.
yeah,
yeah,
the
the,
opposite.
the specialist rate is just a minimal, like 20 or 30 gold a month.
He thinks the flat rate.
Yeah, if you can either hire someone who is like adventurer grade and therefore will require a share of the profits, or you can just hire like a menial laborer who can get you there with a degree of skill. So he would just be like
Just
probably
passage,
5,
not a
10 gold,
combatant.
depending on depends on how much you're willing to pay out.
I
I'm
was
willing to
just
give
gonna
this
say-
dude like 20
How
gold
did
to
you
get
do?
us there, and then 50 to get us back.
Or that'll get you a guy with expertise.
Well, wait, yeah, I was gonna say, like, can we just pay an expert?
Yeah, it's like 54, 50 back. Be like, yeah.
Oh, if you want to go full beans, sure.
All
That's a
right, yeah.
lot- Like,
Well,
how-
that's a lot
Excellent,
more than
you've
expert
talked
rate,
them
I'm
up.
pretty
rules
sure.
for this, aren't
There's
Yeah, I was
rules
gonna
for
say
it.
like
There
I
are.
just got a much better deal, but if
Yeah.
you want to put 30 of your own gold into it anyway, go for
Oh
it.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
50-50
just
gold.
an
That'll
expert.
get you like the best
Oh.
boatman around.
Where are the like
what-
what are they called? Hireling rules in like the main book, by the way.
Yeah,
They aren't. In
they're
the
not in
yeah.
the main book. They're in the DM's book
yeah.
no,
for
they're in
this specific
our
reason.
special book of forbidden
Okay.
law.
Hey, listen. if the split had been, it would have been like 300. If they had been added, it would be like 250 or like something like that. Split.
You're right. I mean,
40.
you're not wrong, but
So
also
100.
I managed to score an expert for 70, and you just
Yeah.
talked them
Talked it
up
up
to
to
100. I was literally told after I said 20 there, 50 back. So he goes, all right, sweet, you can get yourself an awesome expert. You went, how about 50-50? You literally fucking uprated me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
thought
so
it's-
you,
it's
like I
had-
said,
it's had
congratulations,
this, like,
you've hired
common,
the
like,
best you
logic.
can get. Although I will say that is also more than his monthly wage, but again, hey, he's happy for it.
Yeah,
Thank you very
that's
much.
what I was saying.
Yep, that's what I
Yeah,
was getting
the,
at.
I was
let's
asking
see.
about the rates. What we could get for a 50 for 100.
We already had an expert. There isn't better than that.
Yeah, you cannot get better than experts.
Yeah, dude, fuck it. It's 30 fucking gold, okay.
Yeah, hey, like I said,
Ooh.
he's very appreciative of this. But yes, a ship's
Yeah.
captain, like the master of a whole ass capital ship, is 90 GP a month wage normally. So yeah,
Yeah,
this is an excellent deal for him. Thank you very much. Handshake.
Yeah.
All right.
And
done deal.
that also comes with shutting the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You've got discretion. All right.
So yeah, it's totally worth it. I will deduct 30 GP from my money. That's there.
All right. And then yeah. So we
lop
will
off 20 for the way of that.
get to
It'll be 60
launch
back if
off
you make
next
that.
week.
Yeah.
In the meantime, however, let's do some XP, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. It took you 2 days to get here from the cathedral, so it is November the 8th.
Oof.
Yeah, it's fine.
Getting towards the end of the year. So, did you
Yeah, it's
explore a new
closing
interesting
in rapidly.
location? Not really.
No.
Did you discover an interesting truth about the world?
Yeah, that there might be more to these like vandalisms than just random vandalism.
There might
We-
be
we
more than
learned-
meets
we
the
learned-
eye
we
to this.
We
Is
learned
not
that
really a
investigating
new
them.
truth.
We learned that investigating them will lead us to a like
Some dark
further
works.
dark conspiracy.
I'm not gonna let you count that one. You guys did not really uncover new and interesting truths about that. Really, no.
The ancient bank of
oh.
dwarves remains uncracked.
Yes,
The
I
ghost
will.
ship
I will
is-
let you
yeah.
count that.
Oh yeah.
There is
Yeah, I was gonna say the ghost-
You have discovered, in fact, 2 new places in the Stone City you can visit: the Sunken Brothel and the Ancient Dwarf Bank.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid that sunken brothel. It
Yeah, no, I
it
would
does
too.
not sound like a good time.
It is definitely how you get some sort of horrible disease.
That's how you get syphilis.
That's what I just said. Alright, did you advance or complete a quest?
No.
I don't really
We
think
finally
so.
got. We finally got back to Carinian
That's
City.
not a
travel
quest
doesn't
at all.
ever
Thank you.
count.
Alright, did you protect the
Yes,
field of
I
Valeina
have
from a
to.
deadly threat? No.
No.
Next session, actually, still probably not. It's not necessarily death
if
that
we get-
awaits the priestess's sister if paying doesn't happen, but probably wish it
I mean,
did.
if we get rid of the bandits, there, like, surely that's like.
I mean,
a
if they're
deadly
professional
threat in general.
kidnappers, their job isn't really to kill people.
Until
I
they
guess,
find out
yeah.
they aren't getting a ransom.
Yeah, at that point, they just sell
That
you into
depends on-
slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I feel like it's something we're hurrying for
Okay,
a
let me
person's
just
safety.
ask that thing. Let me just ask that. They sell you into slavery. Where?
Good question. Next
I'm
question.
sure there is someone who'll do it.
If there's look, as much as we like to think
Zero?
it is, slavery still exists in the real world. Year of our Lord 2025. Like
There are
slavery's
more
been
slaves
abolished
in
in
the world
Iona,
now than
but
there ever were before.
yeah,
we
there's
could
still
sell them in, like,
loads of
Kassira or
slaves.
something.
All right, so
Like we don't know. Like,
did you instigate lasting change in the world at large or the life of a companion?
don't believe so.
That's
No.
a
Yeah, I
story,
introduced my
Oh,
partners.
well, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you
actually.
didn't really like get them any
Yeah, no,
relationship
that's
started there.
Yeah, that'll be in RP Church.
Yeah, you can almost certainly count that in next session for RP chat. But for now, this looks like a 1 XP session.
Yeah, I think so.
I take it Scory doesn't count to be an action starting to a new league.
No.
Actually, he's gone for that was his first fixer contract.
No, it's his first fixer contract for you. And really,
Oh, okay.
like, he likes you guys a lot because you got him into the business, but no, he's been doing stuff in the background.
Oh, good for Skari.
Oh, take it like life with a companion to or the world at large. The recipe for bone glue.
I have some bad news about that you're not going to find out for a long time.
Your recipe got stolen. It got new trademark.
Yeah, someone
You got
just
Einstein.
Someone just jacked your shit. That was your perception was there was definitely the guy what steals the shit from Tesla.
Yeah.
Edison.
Edison.
You
got Edison.
I don't think Steve cares about that as long as it makes it to the front line and like starts healing
Then
people.
yeah, I would say he changed things then for the world at large.
Yeah, I would too if that had made it to the front lines, but it's not going to.
Oh, it's not making it to the front lines. Okay, I
Yeah,
see.
Something has happened in the background that is preventing that from actually like working the way you'd hoped. At least for now.
Done.
So 1 EXP.
Yep, that is a fat 1.
144 over 150.
Yep.
Alright, well, if you're watching on the stream YouTube, thanks for tuning in, and we will see you on Thursday for spooky, scary skeleton Warhammer. Until then, adios and do take care.